My fellow Africans, it is the time to tell our own stories, our truth, the side of the story. No one else can tell Africa's stories but Africans. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change Africa but Africans. This is our home. This is our Eden. This is our pride. And this is our heritage. Africa Motherland. Today, I officially and publicly announce Swahili Nation as an African media. Swahili Nation sets an agenda by Africans, about Africans, for the Africans. This is your family, this is your home, and this is your media, African media. For a long time, our stories, our crises, and things that we are going through have been told by other medias from other continents, like Western media, Eastern media, and people that pay attention to it, but it's not always truth. They have their own mission. They have their own goals to achieve. And remember, mind you, this is American media, or this is British media. It's not African. So yes, they can tell our stories, but they're not going to tell our story like the way we do. Because this is our passion. This is who we are. We are Africans. And we're going to talk about Africa. And we're going to share our story about Africa. And we're going to build Africa with our own hands. We're going to build Africa with our media. We're going to build Africa with our own money, with our own creativity, and with our own ability. No one else is going to be there to save Africa, but Africans ourselves. Therefore, we must believe in ourselves. We must stand up confidently and know that we are not lesser than anybody else, no better than anyone else. We are all created uniquely. We have ability given by God to do things in a different level, but the color of your skin, your language, your religion, your tribe should not be the reason for you to feel lesser than anyone else. Should not be the reason for you to feel like you don't matter. You matter, and your voice matter. And it's the time for African media like Swahili Nation to raise our voices. It doesn't matter whether you're professional. It doesn't matter whether you've never been on television before, you've never been on media before, but this is the place where you're going to have opportunity to come to share your idea, to come to raise your voice about things that matters a lot to you. My fellow Africans, it's a time for us to stop fighting with one another. It's a time for us to stop hating on one another. Mind that your brother and sister are not just those that were born from the same family with you, but also those who don't speak like you, worship like you, look like you, smell like you. They are also your brothers and sisters. If your neighbor is not at peace, you're never going to be at peace. My fellow Africans, I urge you, everybody out there, lay down your weapon. Lay down your weapon. Find peace with someone. Find love with someone. Let's be united, because we are never going to conquer. We are never going to have a future. We're never going to have a brighter tomorrow if we are not united. Africa is blessed with so many resources. And the 60% of Africa's population, the youth under 25 years. Man, that's the potential. And it's a time for Africa to wake up. The time is now to come together. The time is now to lay down our weapons and knowing that that's your brother and he's not your enemy. Yes, there's a lot of mistakes have been done in the past, but it's the time to look towards the future. It's the time to build a new Africa, a one Africa, Africa that is united, Africa that is determined, Africa that is confident, Africa that is so rich with everything. We have everything you could ever mention. It's here in Africa. Very smart people, kind people, beautiful culture. It's a time, man. It's a time It's a time to join One Africa movement. It's a time to be one. It's a time to know that, you know what, we cannot conquer this war if we are not united. Nobody should ever beg for their lives. I've seen videos of people begging for their lives to another human being. This life that we have, it's a gift from God, and we cannot waste. No one has a right to take somebody else's life. Lay down your weapon and let's cherish our life. Let's remember that our differences, our diversity is our blessing. Let's not make it look like a curse. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's learn how to love one another. Let's learn how to want peace with one another. Let's be united. That is very important. That's the first thing to do. Because if we're not united, we're going to keep having civil wars, and our governments, our budgets, they will always focus on that, and they're not going to focus on the development of our continent. Guys, lastly, don't pay attention to what Western media say about Africa. Let's speak and let's spread a word and let's spread awareness about Africa. Let's tell our own stories. And that's why I'm asking you, my fellow Africans, to join Swahili Nation, African media, to tell your story. Tell Africa's story. It's beautiful. And you know what? When we raise our voice together, the world will listen. We'll surely listen because we are united, because we love one another, because we want peace with one another. Because instead of going on a war and fight with your neighbor, we're going to lay down weapon and we're going to have conversation and we're going to have compromising and we're going to have all those sort of things. Because war, it can never be an option in our society. We should put to an end. We should stop fighting with one another. If God is on our side, no one can ever be against us. God is with Africa. Therefore, Africa shall prevail in unity. Africa shall prevail. And we're going to build this Africa with our own media. We're going to build this Africa with our own hands, not with blood, because we're not going to shed blood any longer. We can't afford to fight and to kill one another. Africa is a peaceful continent. What is happening in Ethiopia, it's beautiful seeing thousands and millions of people coming together, marching together, and wanting peace and wanting unity for their countries. And that is what is happening across Africa. I want to remind you guys that we are on the right direction of reconciliation, the right direction of peace, the right direction of unity. Let's do it now because we don't have time. I love Africa. I hope you do too. Don't forget to love one another. Spread peace wherever you are. And keep that bond of unity going on. The work has begun now. God bless Africa. My fellow Africans, guys, that speech or that video, and now it's audio, is available everywhere. You can check it out on OneAfrica podcast. If you guys you're not aware with that, we have also OneAfrica podcast on Spotify podcast. If you go to Spotify podcast, just write One Africa, you will see a lot of episodes we uploaded there, a lot of interviews that I've done with different people. You can check them there. You can also find us on Apple Podcast. Just write One Africa podcast. If you write One Africa, Mika Chavala will be able to find them. You can find on SoundCloud. You can find it on AudioMac. If you're using AudioMac here in Africa, a lot of people are using AudioMac. So if you go there and you can just write One Africa by Mika Chavala or just One Africa, you'll be able to find there. So that's one of the podcasts we're doing. It's available everywhere. Please, let's continue to have this conversation. I think this is how I'll be greeting you guys these days, my fellow Africans. It's good to see everybody today. We're gonna have a beautiful day. So if you're joining us right now, let me know where you're watching from, and don't hesitate to share this link with different people, with your friends, because we want to raise awareness, about Africa and everything. Before I begin, I will just shout out to people who are joining right now. So shout out to you, 27 people that are here right now. Let me try to pronounce your names a little bit. If I get it wrong, please have mess on me, have mess on me. We have Papi, the Mani Chesa. All right. We have Wabshet, Seven Hassan, Mercy, Tube, Kena, Bilal, Teshe, Haile, Fatum, Mohammed. I remember from Djibouti, Swahili Nation family right there. Halish, Yodit, Giza, Birham, Temes, Tia, I believe that's the name, right? Tia, Chimsa from Ethiopia, Asa, Taitu, Sem Mamen, I remember you from yesterday, Leo, Salad, Tariku, and Berhanu. Oh, yeah. And Betty, Taseu. I appreciate you guys for joining us today. We're going to have another beautiful day. And so much love for Africa. You guys are very passionate. Yesterday was day 7, and we had an amazing forum. This is One Africa Forum, so welcome to One Africa Forum. And this place is not just for few people, but it's for everybody. So doesn't matter which country you're coming from, doesn't matter what religion you're coming from, it doesn't matter your tribe, it doesn't matter as long as you're African or your love of Africa. You might not be African, but you just love Africa. Yeah, this is your place, right? And soon you guys will have opportunity to come and to share your views about Africa and everything. As I begin, I want to read a tweet that I shared today, just a couple minutes ago, not minutes, couple hours ago. It could be 1 hour ago. I shared a tweet on my tweets. Today I shared 2 of them, but I want to read the one that I just shared. I said this, and I just want to qualify here, and it's gonna be an amazing day. I'm so glad for today. I said we don't need the US to stand with Ethiopia. We need Africa to stand with Ethiopia. Only the united Africa will stand tall against neocolonialism. Forget about the artificial boundaries which colonialists had invaded. We are one people. Let's unite and show our Africanness. I don't know if that's the word, but it just felt right to write it. Let's unite, become one, and show our Africanness. Well, appreciate for Alma Terefe. Welcome to the club. I think Alma Terefe just became a member of Swahili Nation family, so I appreciate for joining the club. That means a lot. You becoming a member or you supporting us. It helps us to continue to move forward and to do what we do in another level. As for now, just yesterday I announced Swahili Nation as an African media, so we have a lot of things in our mind that we are thinking how to move forward in the near future. So, and yeah, together I think we'll be able to, to do a lot of things. Yeah, so I appreciate for Alma Terefe in the house. Yeah, so this is what I was saying, that it seems to be like a big deal when I was watching one video today because the One Africa Forum panel, somebody actually shared in the group, and I was going through that video, and I was kind of just reminded of everything that has been going on. I see Professor Ezra. It's good to see you. Welcome. I can't wait. I'm waiting for you here. Um, I was just reminded of everything that's going on, and it seems like it's a big of a deal when U.S. is against any country in Africa. For instance, the thing that is going on right now, the battle that is going on right now between Ethiopia and U.S., basically Africa, and that it seems to be like a good deal, and it's kind of like shaking the world in a sense. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that I wanted to make clear, and I'm clarifying my tweet, is that we don't need someone out there to stand with Ethiopia. What we need is Africa to stand with Ethiopia. We need Africa to stand with African country. I'm mentioning specifically Ethiopia because right now the case, what is going on, it's about Ethiopia, but we need specifically Africa to stand with any country in Africa that is going through anything, regardless of who is right or who is wrong. We need Africa to stand because we are basically one. The boundaries, the artificial boundaries that we have in the continent is not the one that we put by ourselves, but they were invented by colonialists. And I say this all the time. They basically divided the continent like a piece of cake or piece of meat, that this will be my part, this will be my part, this will be my part. But basically we are one. We are one people, right? And those boundaries, they were meant to divide us, to separate us, to put us in that category, and then we began to feel like, oh, you know what, this is my people, this is my. Take an example for countries that are divided in Africa right now, right? You can take an example for Ethiopia and Eritrea. You can take an example for right now what's going on, Somalia and Somaliland. You can take an example Sudan, South Sudan, and North. You can take an example in so many countries that are actually dividing. When you look deep inside, you'll find out that basically they're one people, speaking the same language, eating the same food, even celebrating the same celebration in a year. But then because of those boundaries and division that has happened, it feels like they're two different people, and even sometimes having troubles. But this is one of the things that we cannot keep entertaining. We cannot keep allowing uh, anything to divide us, whether it's internally or externally. I want to say this because I do understand that there's so many factors for divisions that are happening in Africa, internally and externally. Pressure that comes from outside and pressure that comes from within. For example, all these ethnic groups that we have, or religious issue. Like you can see, this is one of the battle that is going on for years right now in Nigeria between Christian and Muslim. You can see there's definitely two different sides that it's severe, and all the time like people are dying because of things like that, right? Sometimes it kind of seems like it's impossible to unite and to be one people because of all these different factors internally and externally. But one thing that we have to remember, regardless of the conflicts and all the issues that we have, is that we are basically one people. We are not two people. We are not two different people. We are basically one people. And all these things that divides us, it should not be the reason for us to constantly continue to be in quarrels and civil wars and all these things that are going on. We should always remind ourselves that the strong Africa, united Africa, one Africa is better for everybody. It's better for everybody. So we need countries, we need Africa to stand with Ethiopia in this crisis. We need Africa to stand with Sudan in this crisis. We need Africa to stand with Congo. We need to stand with them. We need to stand with Nigeria. We need to stand with Tanzania. We basically need to stand with Tunisia. All right. Sometimes we don't really include like North Africa because some of them, they don't consider themselves as African. But as long as you're in that map inside, you're an African. Because in Africa, we all have all kind of different races and all kind of different cultures. Some of them, they're highly influenced by the Middle East, but it doesn't mean that they're not African, they're African. So we need everybody to be included, and we need everybody to become one people, and to support one another, because a united Africa, it's a strong Africa. It's a strong Africa. And this is another conversation we had before. And even yesterday, Professor Ezra was reminding us that when you're having a strong union and a strong Africa, it means even the top leaders in our countries, they will always have a place to to be kept like responsible for everything, for every single decision they're making, for everything they're doing. Right now it's different. Right now, definitely, if you're a top leader in your country, you can do whatever the heck you want to do, and nobody's going to keep you accountable. Right? We need a system that it will keep all different organizations, all those leaders accountable. You will have a place that you need to speak out. You'll have a place that you need to give a report of what is going on. And in that sense, we'll be strong. In that sense, we'll be able to actually develop ourselves in a high level and to keep accountable with one another. Because Africa, we can't do. We don't need international court of justice to always come and interfere and trying to decide for who is who. Like, take an example in the case of Somalia and Kenya, right? These are kind of issues that can be handled within Africa when we have a strong, united, and one Africa. And I'm telling you this, it might be hard to be united politically, because everybody has their own agenda, has their own wish. But if the people of Africa, if we understand this, and we come together and in unity, just like the same way we are doing right now in this One Africa Forum, I'm telling you, people matters, and government and everything is there for the people of that country. And when people come together, raise one voice, just like what is happening in Ethiopia, raise one voice in one accord. Man, what is happening is beautiful. If you guys you're using Twitter, please go Twitter and use there. If you hashtag no more, you see. If you hashtag Ethiopia, you see what is going on. That's kind of unity we want, and everybody's is being involved right now. Is being involved, is jumping in. That man, this is the time. This is the time for Africa. This is the time. This is the time for Pan-Africanism. This is the time to be united. This is the time to stand with our neighbors, with our brothers, or sisters, and fight these battles. And this is the time for Africa, man. This is our time. So I appreciate, because you guys are making 40 people we have right now here in the stream. You guys are making a move. You guys are making a move that, you know what, we need this One Africa. And one of the ways that we can do is by being here, by talking, by discussing, by praying, by push until something happens. That's what we're calling, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to lay a little bit of a foundation because, for example, yesterday was just a beautiful day. We had so many guests yesterday coming here, participating in the live stream, and we were even running out of time. At the end of the day, I just had to cut some people out. I remember this one guy, what was his name? I had to cut them out, and I felt sorry that I had to cut them out because we were here for like 3 hours and some. So today it's already 24 minutes right now, and I already shared the link in the comment section. I still welcome you guys to come to continue to push together for Africa, continue to push together for our people, continue to raise our voice, because we need medias, we need people who will come and speak out about Africa. We need Africans to tell our own story. That's what we need. I appreciate it. I have Professor Ezra here in the family. Professor Ezra.
Hey, hi man. Hi man.
Let me just say first of all, and thank you for being here today.
I'm glad. I'm glad to be here. I'm just gonna be quiet and listen to you, and then whenever you call me, I'll just come in. Okay? Because you have some important point you're making, so I don't want to. So yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. So I even forgot what I was talking at the end.
You were talking about yesterday. You had to. The discussion went so well that I remember us. We were supposed to finish in 30 seconds. We had to extend it by 30 minutes. So because people were coming in late at the end of it, and I remember that. And you were trying to talk about one of the guys. I think the issue of negotiation was one of those things that we were trying to wrap up at the end.
Yeah. Exactly. And so I really, yesterday we spoke for things like that. And I remember you guys, you raised some points. I have also more people here, Kim. We have Elias, we have some men Adis. Guys, welcome to the family. But I think right away I'll just leave it to you, Ezra. You can go ahead if you have something that you wanna share. Please, you can go ahead.
I think I want to expand on what does unity mean?
Mm.
Some what in a very practical sense. So I'm driving, so I'm trying to focus on multiple things, but
Yes.
let me make the point, and then we can. So the point I want to make is that, like,
And your
you know,
sorry, Professor Ezra, your
yeah,
voice is kind of like a little bit low. I think there
okay.
might be. Yeah.
Oh, I'm using my car speaker, so apologies for that. Can you hear me now
Uh,
properly? Can you hear me?
oh yeah, I can hear you,
I'm
sir.
gonna try to be loud as possible. Okay. So
All right, no
the
worries.
point I wanted to make is, like, I think we need to really start thinking about what does unity actually, in a practical sense, mean. You tried to explain it a little bit earlier,
Yeah.
but what does it
Mm.
mean?
Mm.
How does that play out? And then yesterday I touched a little bit about it. And, like,
Mm.
we don't have sufficient amount of instruments to
Mm.
hold our leaders accountable if
Mm.
they are
Mm.
doing something wrong, if they are
Mm.
not fulfilling the promise to their people. We
Mm.
don't have the ability to mobilize resources from all part of the continent,
Mm.
human resource, financial resource, in material resource, and
Mm.
all other intangible resources that are out there. And unity will break through all of these things. A
Yeah.
united Africa
Mm.
will allow us to mobilize resources in ways that you can't even imagine is possible
Mm.
right now. Because
Mm. Mm.
so the difference between unity, a united Africa,
Mm.
and not so united Africa is the sky and earth.
Mm.
Those people in Ethiopia would say "samai namadir." Would say, like, the
Yeah.
sky? I don't know, it doesn't sound appropriate when you say it in English, but in Amharic it means literally, like, the difference between what is the sky and what is earth. That is
Mm.
how the difference will be. But it's hard
Mm.
to envision and imagine, this in a practical sense, what united
Mm.
Africa means, because we've never had experience of a truly united Africa. But
Mm.
foresight from our founding fathers, post-colonialism, from Kwame Nkrumah to Julius Nyerere to Haile Selassie to Mandela to everywhere, from Egypt from Cairo to Cape Town, from
Mm.
Dakar to Addis, they have said it clearly. United
Mm.
Africa will have so much significance in terms of our ability to resolve our economic issues, our political
Mm.
issues, our military issues, our confidence issues, our be it tangible, intangible issues.
Mm.
Material and immaterial issues will be resolved through United Africa, and there's
Mm.
so many practical ways. It's hard to explain how that is going to be, but
Mm.
we're like, this is what we know and understand. With unity, you can resolve. And look at European
Mm.
Union. With unity, they've resolved so many issues that they had.
Mm.
I mean, Europe 70 years ago was eating each other up. They
Mm.
were eating each other up.
Mm.
That's what they were doing. 70 years ago, they were trying to strangle each other up. We are not doing that in Africa. We are not trying to strangle each other up.
Mm. Exactly.
They,
Yeah.
they went past that kind of tension. 70 plus million people died in
Mm.
5 years.
Mm.
And 5 years of ridiculous and senseless war. And they tell
Mm.
us, yeah, we conduct senseless war. They've conducted senseless wars of scales that
Mm.
have never been seen before. The American Civil War, they
Mm.
lost a minimum of 500,000 people in 5 years. 500,000
Mm.
people were lost in the American Civil War, similar
Mm.
to the conflict that you see in Ethiopia right now.
Mm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the world has seen its fair share of disunity and disintegration, and then and
Mm.
as a result, very painful and costly wars have taken place in this world. And what I wanted to let you know is that
Mm.
if you were looking to understand what a united Africa would look like, look at a United States of Africa, America, a
Yes.
United States of
Mm.
America. In
Mm.
just over 100 years, 150 years ago, they were almost close to total disintegration. I mean, it's
Mm.
hard to look at history and then actually have a sense of what it feels like. But if you go
Mm.
back to that time, and if you put yourself in the position of people in America, it was hopeless for a lot of people. They lost hope,
Mm.
and they were struggling to end slavery or not slavery. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, you look at those countries that have gone past their divisions and continue to on the path of unity and achieve unity. They are much better off today than they were 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 10 years ago. That's what we're asking. We're asking Africans to come together because of that. Anyways, I will pause here and let other people speak.
I appreciate Professor Ezra for that insight. I think nobody else can explain that better than you. If you're joining right now, Professor Ezra, he was trying to explain what does unity look like practically, and that's what he was trying to explain. So if you are here and you want to jump in and share anything, Elias Tesfaye, welcome back. It's your floor now. What's up? How are you doing today? Hello, Elias? Well, I can't hear Elias. Adis, what about Seu, my man? Adis, what's up? How are you doing today?
I'm good. Happy to see you again.
It's good to see you again. I remember you from yesterday. Yeah, so if you want to jump in and share, please, it's your floor.
Okay, thank you. I don't have that much idea, but because I came late, I joined yesterday, so
yes.
I didn't get what you discussed before, and I may repeat. But the main thing is those who can't join the members or nation, I appreciate join, please. I want to be a member, but I'm in Ethiopia, and unfortunately, it doesn't support to join, so I can't join. But I'll participate.
I appreciate that means a lot.
Yeah. So I'll listen if I have one idea, I'll come. Thank you. I don't have that much idea today, so I'll listen.
Oh, definitely. All right. Guys, if you're joining right now, please share the link in the comment section. And we are talking about Africa. We are talking about the fate of Africa, Africa we want, and the Africa that is united, the Africa that, we know already what we want. And right now we're just seeking for that. And standing with our people, standing with our brothers and sisters in Africa. Elias, are you still there? We can't hear Elias. Elias, I think you need to check up a little bit your mic. It might not be working right now. But anyways, we're gonna come back to you. Our sister Netsi, it's good to see you today again. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you too. Good to see you too.
It's always refreshing to hear your prophetic voice here in OneAfrica. So I think we need more. Yesterday was a blessing day because we had you and we had Winnie come sharing here. I would like to see more women as well involved in this movement. But yeah.
Yes. The sisters are really needed in this movement. They can push hard. So that I think that I encourage all the sisters in Africa and the ones who are listening and who care about people, who care about Africa and the people who are in struggle. I think it's good to come out and say to speak your ideas and to encourage one another to lift up our brothers and sisters. And so I just want to.
Whatever you have to share for today, please go ahead.
I just want to encourage you. I'm happy. I'm really. I'm happy today. I had some exam that I had supposed to take, and it had my head, and I just finished it and say, "Oh yes, Jesus, thank you."
Congratulations! How did you do?
Yeah, I passed, and that's what I want. I was working hard, I couldn't sleep, and I was working hard for it, and I guess he helped me out. That's one
good.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. So when he was presenting it very well. When we see the vision of Africa, when we say United States of Africa, And when we say let's come together as a one country, as a one continent, there are some points that I want people to understand. We are not saying we want to destroy our differences and pretend we are one. So there is no other way. There is only one way, and you have to go certain ways. We are not trying to deny the cultural difference, the language difference, even the economical difference that each part of Africa have. We are not denying that. We are actually saying our difference are actually strengths. Our difference are actually a beauty. It is our variety that brings strength and beauty, and that brings a solution for one problem that we have in part of Africa, and the other place there is a solution right there. There is a trend that we can share each other and help out to the better life, system that we can establish in the continent. So when we look back, because I like to look further of my generation, how it looks like after 50 years, if Jesus didn't come back, or 100 years, 100 years. I would like I like to vision stable Africa. I like to vision the Africans' children, even though I'm not gonna be there to live and to see it. But I would like to vision it, to plan it, that they will have a stable, peaceful, respectful, and caring continent that that carries the solutions for nations. So that's what I see when I say we need to be united. We need to talk about united Africa. We need to talk about united people of Africa, and instead of pushing around, instead of trying to climb up by yourself. Let's come together. Let's help out. Let's do networking. Let's be one of us be a ladder for another. So that will help each one of us to pass through the mountain. That will help each part of the people to pass the poverty life, to pass the challenges that they have. And that's what we are saying. That's what I am saying. That's when I call United States of Africa, I'm not trying to dismiss the difference. I'm not trying to dismiss the historical background that we have. What we had is we had, and I think we should learn from it. And things that we need to drop, we just drop it and go. And things that we need to actually nurture and grow, we should do that, and we should come to hand and help out each other. So we will see our generations will raise up, and nobody will look them down. Our generation will stand up, and they don't look anybody down. We pass through it, so we want everybody to look as they are called by God to look, right? Everybody to think as they are called by God to think. He's the one who chose and who picked who's supposed to be where and who's supposed to have which kind of whether it is color or whether it is country or whatever it is we have. So whatever you have to be proud and to bring out what God has given it to you and to share it to the world, to solve the challenges that the world have. And the way we are able to do it as an Africans, I really believe we have to come together. I really believe, especially the young people, have to start opening their mind, opening their heart, and see it's not only centered in their village. It's not only centered in their country. It is bigger than that. And the way they can solve it is if they are able to see it bigger than that. They can see themselves to see bigger than what they are seeing in front of them right there. Something that is their emotion or the situation brings and block the vision. They need to come out of that emotion. They need to come out of that short-term wishes and they need to see it longer. Like, are they gonna be the same? I feel like if I have, I'm gonna repeat about the generation thingy. If I live this way, when I have my child, my DNA is in him. It's like I am living again. I'm not saying about this incarnation and thing, but I'm trying to put a point. Like, my generation lives certain ways, and I'm living this way. And if I'm letting this happen again, then it will continue when I pass. But if I have to say no. I have to say no, not for me. It's gonna stop right here. Nobody is gonna look down my child, my grandchild, my great grandchild. Nobody's gonna block their mind, that God-given mind, a creative mind, a mighty, excellent mind, saying, no, you cannot do that because you are certain thing. These are the things that we need to come together and talk about it and say, no, that is yesterday, but you told us that was wrong. You told us we cannot do it. You told us you words for nothing. No, that was yesterday. And we're just going to drop that now. We're not going to take it. And we are here. We have our brother and sister in the continent, political level. AU, I am happy that AU changed last time. When was that? When they changed their name to AU, African... You say what?
2000.
Yes.
2000.
Yes. And their dream and their goal is to come to that level, but there are certain things that keep dragging them down. But if we go ahead and start supporting, going through their resources, their plans, their strategies, and say, we're going to achieve this, we're going to work with you, connecting with them. Actually, Mia, I want to encourage you to go ahead and contact them, go to their website, find a contact list, and find the youth program what they have there, and say, we're going to work on this one. Because that's a practical thing that we are able to do it, and we are supporting the AU to do what it's supposed to do. Right? It's not only in the name level, but practically in working level. And because we are a community, we are not a politician. We are not taking somebody's side. We are taking African side. We are taking African people's side. So we will be able to have a strong voice, to have a strong achievement on bringing the goals that is set for 65, I guess, for 65 or 25, 65. And we
63. 2063.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
I'm not good with numbers.
Yeah, I'm not good with numbers. So, and it will actually we can bring it faster. We can make sure that it happens faster. So they will have to make another goal. So we can give them a larger vision, extended vision. So they will work hard, and also we will push hard. So when we look back 20 years, when we look back 15 years, and we see, we set this plan, this was the plan, and we did something. So our children come, we don't have to worry, because we already set the plan. We already leveling the ground for them. They don't have to fight the giants that we are fighting. They don't have to walk through barefoot on the street because they don't have anything, because we already set the ground for them. I was looking the sanctions that is you know the politics that is talking through the Ethiopia, and and I said this. You know what? Actually, my African brothers and sisters, the other places, whether it is South Africa, Nigeria, or Kenya, or Tanzania, they should say, it's okay if you stop this business agreement with Ethiopia. So what is that they are selling for America? Could you please sell it for us?
Yeah.
It's just diverting the business and say, sell it for us. Don't worry about them. Sell it for us. You You see, actually, it's gonna take the transportation, even the transportation expense will be down, and also the African continents will have more cheaper price than them bringing another goods from outside the continent, right? That will actually lift up the trade agreement and the trade sharing to the continent. It's actually a good opportunity for Africans to say so and say it's also okay. It's not even that much money. I understand it's a lots of money. I'm not saying it's not going to devastate the economy of Ethiopia. I'm not saying that.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just $250 million.
Yeah, no. I just want to point this. I'm not saying that. But this much money that they are trading for, and they think they don't have another option.
Actually, you can get it somewhere else.
Okay, forget it, and let's go ahead and we're gonna work on it as an Africans. And you know what? Instead of Ethiopia trying to bring something from another country, then Ethiopia is going to, and I'm not saying another country from Africa, I'm talking about outside of the continent. So they have to look for another African continent that gives them stuff. So they will trade it right there on the continent. Then that's it. You don't depend on anybody. That's what that's what we want in OneAfrica. Exactly. That we share our resources, we share our businesses, we share our developments. That is the solution we want. So our work generations won't have to worry about who's gonna buy my product. My brothers is gonna buy my product. I'm gonna make a shoe that's made in Ethiopia, and I will sell it in Kenya. I will sell it in Nigeria. I will sell it in Tanzania. And you're gonna make a wonderful jewelry in Tanzania, and you're gonna sell it in Ethiopia. Actually, made in Tanzania has to have a better price in Ethiopia than made in some other country. I don't want to call.
Yeah. I mean, can I give you an example? Let me give you an example. This is an example. This forum right here is an example. I mean, have I ever met Mika? Have I ever met Nesi? Have I ever met Kuru? How long did it take us to go past, the awkwardness? And it didn't take us long because we have that, inherent bond between us that we just tapped into it. And then what? Yes. We created this platform. And how far have you been able to accelerate this because of this? I mean, Mika, you are the forefront of it. You've been doing this for a while, and then you've always wanted to do something. I'm sure about something that has to do with OneAfrica, United Africa, and something that you're passionate and you care so deeply about. I mean, even sometimes when you talk about it, you're holding tears, and it's personal and deeply connected to the issue. Yeah. But look at what we've done. It's not just shoes and clothes. It's ideas that bring us together to things that are not even tangible yet.
That is true.
Endless, infinite possibilities that await us post-unity. But we just have to have that boldness and confidence in that future, and then start the march toward that future, or accelerate the march. Take steps to that direction. Let me give you some other things. Ethiopia is in trouble, right? It's in big trouble. It's a challenging time for Ethiopia. Ethiopia should be calling on Africans right now.
Exactly.
I've seen on Twitter, Africans saying, if you ask us to come and join you in your military struggle, we are ready. I mean, that's how far some African countries, some African citizens are talking about. You go on social media right now, huge movement of Africans from different parts of Africa, voices from across Africa are stepping up and saying, "Not that I want this war extended, and I have some ideas about what negotiation means and how we can actually find peace through better means." And I know Mika is very passionate about peaceful means of resolving this crisis. But that said, and I have ideas on how we can actually first perceive it perceive what that means, and then next, and then how that neutralizes a lot of the issues that we're struggling with. And so that said, what I want you to think about that unity is the difference between you having more opportunities and where you are right now. Anywhere in Africa right now, where you are right now, you have an education and you can't get a job for it. Or you have to be underemployed, not getting the right job, but underemployed. You got engineering degree, but you can't work with that. Unless you are like a top 1% of that engineering group, core group, you can't have access to job opportunities beyond Africa. And then in Africa, there's not enough industries because the economies are not connected. So Ethiopia is making this clothes, this manufacturing stuff, and the manufactured goods, and then stuck with selling it to Americans and the Chinese and the Europeans. But because there's no economic integration, because of the unity problem in Africa, Ethiopia cannot tap into that. And the same in the industries in Tanzania, the same thing is, for industries in Ghana. Ghana has strong, robust industrial complex, that much more strong than in many countries in Africa, but it doesn't have access to markets. And that will allow it to capitalize and expand, and then even take advantage of the investment. Like they've made so much investment to make the industry 25% of the economy, but they're stuck with it because they can't capitalize on markets, even not across Africa. Next door in Togo, next door in Abuja, Cote d'Ivoire, next door in Burkina Faso. So what I'm saying to you, this practical stuff that we had. So there's lost opportunities that we are not. Africa's economy is over 2.3 trillion, and because of our poor economic integrations, we probably are losing another 2 trillions a year that we could have. So your income, if it is $100 a day, or a month, or a year, or whatever time, it's probably much less than it should be right now. The quality of education that you're getting is less than it should be. The infrastructure you have is less than it should be. Africa needs $120 billion a year to invest on infrastructure. We can't get $10 billion for it. And then you know why? Because we are not united. Everywhere you go, the reasons and the evidence for our brokenness in our society is right in front of you. It's in your jobs, it's in your meals, it's in your homes, it's in your neighborhood, it's in your education, it's in your healthcare. In every aspect of your life, you are losing because of unity. You come to America. Don't you think, like, I live in America, I see the divisions and the fault lines all the time. They want to strangle each other all the time. But because they are one country, they come together and say, you know what, our infrastructure, we haven't invested in it in 70 years. Let's come together and develop. So the other day, they passed a law to spend $1.2 trillion, even though they wanted to spend more than that, but they found a way to compromise and come together and deliver on the promise to their people. Even though it's, the promise and then the outcome is a huge disparity, it's something. I live where I'm in San Francisco. Everywhere you go, the pipelines are broken, the electricity system is broken, the sidewalks is broken, the road is broken. It is a nightmare. And then you know what? Now they're trying to resolve it. And then the reason they're able to do it is because they come together. You go to Europe, they are lifting people out of poverty in Romania, in Bulgaria, in Estonia, and all these Eastern European countries that have joined EU, that unity, and that's it. So practical stuff. It's not because we want sentiment. It's not just sentiment that brings us together. Of course, sentiment is important, and it's because of sentiment I'm here in this platform. But I am thinking beyond sentiment, beyond feelings, beyond emotions. There are tangible stuff that you should be getting right now in 21st century that you're not getting. The 300 plus million Africans that are in poverty, they should not be, and they could be in a better off. And the reason is not because somebody is conspiring against you. It's because you have not taken the bold initiative. I mean, let me tell you something. Are you, as Africans, are you bold enough? Are you strong enough? Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe you matter? Do you believe you are something? Do you believe you are a human being? Do you believe that all those things, good education, good healthcare, good infrastructure, good peace, I mean, I can list all the things that are important to a lot of Africans. Do you want those things? Are those things important to you? Shouldn't your government be organized around that? And then the government what? The government of Africa for Africa and by Africans. That's what we're asking. And we're not saying like we are not gonna we're not asking retribution for bad stuff in the history. We are asking for institutions that respect our African aspirations, and then we would put together operational plans to implement them. That's what we're asking. I meant to just add a little bit. I'm getting emotional, so I'm like I just can't help it. Sorry, guys.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You're a human being. I appreciate it. You point out, you know what I'm saying? But I want to add something as well to what my sister say, because Sister Netsi, what you say was very important. That's why Ezra he added more point. But I want to add in another perspective as well. You spoke about vision, and I think this is one of the things that in most of our governments we are lacking, like long-term vision for Africa. Long-term vision for Africa. Because when you look at the continent of Africa, when you look at the population and everything, I always say this: like 60% of Africa's population are youth under 25 years old. And when you look at different research and different studies, they show that near in the future, like a lot of youth, there will be a huge problem in Africa when it comes to employment, when it comes to jobs and all those kind of things, because we have a huge amount of young people, but we don't have really system, and we don't have a vision in the long term. How are we gonna help this all these young people, maybe to even come up with their own idea, to come up with their own companies in order to save Africa. My point is this: that Africa, it's very important for us to be united, because um, we have all kind of resources, and even manpower is the one that I'm talking about. But you find that a lot of youth and a lot of Africans, eventually we find opportunities even outside the continent, because there's no really a system that is helping us or embracing us to like tell us that what you're part of this community, you're part of this place, and this is what you've given. And I think it has everything to do with the old system that we've been having for a long time. Like it's a blessing these days to see like some countries they have young leader, like in your country, or like in different countries, like this one country I forgot, but there's so many countries they have young leaders, visionary people who they really think about the youth population in the continent, because that's the biggest thing we have. But most of government, most of places, they are old people, and sometimes they even forget that there's a younger generation that they need to be considered. They need to be there need to be some sort of a system that it can help them to actually be able to live and operate in our country. So I think the long-term vision is very important for the entire continent of Africa. And I think this is something that even, African Union and everything will be dealing with it. But on the same note, I want to raise up the question that Kuru also asked here in the comment section. He said, unit can be achieved, but there is a high price to pay. The question is, are we willing to pay the price? Do we have the conviction and the readiness? What do you guys think about that? I want to allow Sam, so my man Adis. You told me you have something that you want to share. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the pronunciation, by the way. Saumaman. It's sad. I know, but it's
you don't have to say sorry. You don't have to. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Professor Ezra, Natsanat, and Mika.
The pronunciation is good, by the way. I like it. So.
Oh. Thank you. I am not that much, but I'll try. So, I want to raise Professor Ezra's idea. He pointed out in now you read in the comments. So, the first thing we have to know, unity. When you say unity, we are not saying that we have to accept everything what we have, the good and the bad. But if we respect our diversity, it will be our beauty. And we know we may have different religion, different race, and different language. Now also we are suffering. We don't know that much. We don't have that much exact I may not express, or you may not express in perfect language or something, but we have to respect this one. And the main thing is, like, in my view, unity is like we have to go for the same goal, even if there is different things, much different. Like we may have different agenda, but if we have same goal, we have to go for that. We have to respect each other. So, like, on this thing, like, one thing I want to point, especially for Ethiopians, I'm saying for all, but I see something like we Ethiopians, like, we have to discover more about Africa. We have to be curious more about Africa. We have to know. Like, so when you do like that, for example, like you may think I'm in Addis now. So they were like Westernists, they are saying it's automatically, like, I want to thank Professor Isra, what he said, like, it's sky and earth. He expressed one, the saying is there. So I appreciate, like, it's a good expression, because they may say different thing, but I am here. I see everything. On the ground, it's automatically different thing. You have to know this one. But, like, I'm not saying the propaganda will not work like that. Like, you know, this generation, it's automatically changing from not like as you are thinking. So we have to stand. If something happened in maybe in Ghana, in Nigeria, and different African country, you have to support as you can. You may don't like, you may have maybe, like, you don't have some power like that, but if we try our best, that's enough. That satisfaction is enough for us. So I appreciate Nat and Professor Ezra, everyone, like, glory to God. Like, when you think this idea, that's much important thing. So we have to respect each other. Let's know more about Africa, and if you know, like, if you think in good way, we can do more.
Yes. Yeah.
So I am so happy. Like, I may not be available always, but I'll try to join you guys. I am so happy, and it's night in Ethiopia, so I can participate, and I'm very, very, very glad to join you guys. Thank you so much.
Appreciate, man. No worries, no worries. This is your place. This is your platform. Yeah, anytime, anytime. And thank you for your insight. Well, we have Jonas as well in the panel. Jonas, you were here yesterday. I believe yesterday you joined a little bit late, so we didn't really have the time to talk a lot. But welcome back. I believe it's the same Jonas. Hello, Jonas. Oh, Jonas might not be connected, perhaps. Yeah. So.
Can I, until Jonas come back, I want to just say on what Professor Kuru said. I just want to say yes, he's right. I want to say because he is right. There will be a price. It's not going to be easy, and maybe we may end up saying, oh, we don't want your food anymore, and we're going to end up hungry, sharing our bread for 3 days, and finding out another ways of eating certain foods instead of being slaved again for the sake of food, right? That's one of the way that they will send us, that is as food. They claim it works, and then they will want us to bow down for them. So sometimes those could be, I'm just giving an example, those could be one of the things that we had to pay the price for. The other thing is, it's not everyone in Africa wants to unite. Though that's one idea that that you have to actually win for. That's one idea, and a price that you have to pay for. But by dialogues, taking time out, and helping them to come to the table, and letting them see we are not trying to dismiss a country or dismiss a culture, dismiss a way of life, but bringing our powers together for the betterment of each part of the continent, right? Not only one side, not only one people, but different people, different part of the continent. So winning the idea by itself, it is a challenge that we need to see and work on, and we keep praying, as you say, praise until something happens. We're not gonna stop doing that. We're gonna keep praying that people will see, they will open their eye, will see, they wake up and see who they are, right? And that's one thing that I want to point out. It's not going to be easy, and we know it's not going to be easy. And that's why the unity of Africa didn't come. The idea started a long time since Africa was getting free. That was a battle. They did have those battles, those arguments, those discussions to bring OneAfrica when they started it, and it didn't get successful, but it's here. We had to take the atom and go ahead, continue running with it. Or saying no, now it's our turn, and we're still gonna go ahead as a community level. We don't have to go up at community level as a people. We have to wake up our brothers and sisters and say, come on, we need to come together. We need to work together. Even though we have our differences, there are something that those common grounds that will bring us together as an Africans, that will bring us together to work to the better of our brothers and sisters in the continent. That's one thing. The other thing I want to just give a comment and pass is, I saw a comment saying, a brother saying, like Djibouti and Ethiopia should come. I said, Mohammed or someone was mentioning that Djibouti and Ethiopia need to come together or something like that. They need to unite like that. He pointed out like that. And I just want to say, I just want to say that to him. I don't know if he's Ethiopian or Djiboutian. I don't know, but it's good to have those kind of ideas, right? I never thought like Djibouti as outside of the country. I know, I respect Djibouti as a country. It's a country that I really love, by the way, in Africa. And I never been there, but I really admire the people, admire the familiarness of that we have with Djibouti and Ethiopia and everything. And thank you for your idea, putting out there. It's not only Djibouti, it's not only Kenya, it's not only Somalia, it's all Africans. As an East Africans, we need to come together, being strong economically, financially, politically, and all the systems the networks that we can do. Even the what is this called? The technology, the connection, the phone lines and everything. It should come really actually together, like connected together. Once we are connected together, we are able to stand together. And the other thing is also not only in East Africa, then if we work on the West Africa, we work on Central Africa, we work on South Africa, and then the whole continents can come together and connected to each other. That's the thing that we can bring out. And shout out for Djibouti. I really admire you guys, and thank you.
Exactly. Appreciate Nancy for sharing that. Before I allow Professor Kuru is here as well to share. I just want to point out about his question, what he shared, and also kind of like asking question to him about the price for him, like for you, Professor Kuru, personally. What kind of this price are you thinking about? Like, I know there's every single time, every single minute that pass by and we're not united, we're losing something. Like what we are losing just because of our division is far way more than what we're gaining. So we need to come together because there's a lot we can offer to one another, and there's a lot we can corroborate with one another. I always give an example for Ethiopian Dam, right? that thing is not just for Ethiopian people. If it will be like after I start operating, right, it will benefit like pretty much the whole continent of Africa. But that's just one example of one country. But you can come to Tanzania. Last time we talked about uranium that is being found here in Tanzania. They haven't even started to dig them down deep, right? And so different countries in Africa as well. We haven't spoken about minerals. We haven't spoken about Congo. You're talking about, it's the richest country in the world, right? When these phones we are using, the chips and those materials are coming from Congo. They're using to make this thing. So we are playing a big role in developing the whole world economy right now. Africa, we are playing the big role. I haven't even spoken about raw materials, right, to develop the whole world. And we have spoken before about coffee, that Ethiopia is one of the countries in Africa that export a lot of coffee. We have Rwanda, we have Kenya, we have Tanzania, we have South Africa. But people who are benefit from that, it's actually just those different organization. If it is Starbucks, if it is different coffee shop brands. But when you look at the revenue and the money that we are getting, it's not the same. So all these things is so much more. And sometimes we can even collaborate with one another, because maybe we have wars or we have misunderstanding between this country and another country in Africa. That's why we cannot. That's why we are willing to collaborate with someone out there rather than someone in my own continent. So this unit that we have, I think one of the things that I shared before is we need to sacrifice. And sacrificing is letting go of things, even things that happened in the past that are hindering us from moving forward. Because there are things that we are holding that happened long time ago, we are still holding up to today, and they're still their cause for us to be divided, and somebody else is getting advantage of that, right, outside of Africa. So all these things, we need to let them go. But I was wondering, Kuru, what were you thinking when you were asking this question?
Yeah, guys, what up? First, I just want to say, how are you, Ezra, Professor Ezra? How are you, and it's Annette and Mika, man?
What up?
How are you? How are you? We good.
Yeah. I mean, this is the point I was just trying to make. Okay. First of all, like, because we were talking about unity and stuff like that, because think people might have a different idea when it comes to unity, because they think unity they think unity is becoming one. Okay, so I think the very you just mentioned a very, very important point, and what you said was, you said unity means having the same vision, having a common vision. I think that's very powerful, man. If you understand it from that perspective, then everything makes sense. You get my point? It is unity is having people
You're right here.
having people going after the same goals, right? Setting goals. So do we have like a vision? You see, when it comes to that, when you put it like that, then everything makes sense. So this is what I'm just trying to tell you, right? Because what's the cost of unity? If you're not united, right? There are definitely, and this is this is realistically, there are people who are benefiting from not for us from not being united. There are certain type of people who are betting on not us being united, right? Because that's their existence. If we are united, then that means we are threatening their existence. You get the point? So that is the cost. That's the price. Because this certain type of people, right? They will do anything in their power to make that not happen. That is the point. See, that's the real point. So, do we have a common vision, for example, right? So you mentioned Tanzania having uranium, right? Deposit. So, okay, tell me this, man. Isn't that possible? Like every country and every nation, they have their own resources, right? right? So if we have a common goal, then that will create a common platform. Let
Exactly.
me ask you this: do we have any country? I mean, do we have like a common? Have you ever like think about this? Do we have any country, African countries? They came together and agreed on a common goal and worked toward a common goal. Don't mention all these blocks that we already mentioned last time. For example, the the East African COMESA stuff like that. Not that. I'm not talking about that. Like as an African, do we have we came up with the same common vision? Let me ask you this: did we until this day?
So yeah, it always seems to be like impossible, you know.
It is impossible. But let me tell you this: for example, the Europe, right? The European Union, they have the common. You have the common currency. They made that happen. But do we have a common
Yeah,
currency?
we don't,
We don't.
and
But they made it
that's
happen.
what that's what Professor Rumba was talking about last time. He says, when I go to
Exactly.
Ethiopia with my, shillings, colors, they're like, we don't know this. We want, dollars. And the same thing when you go to any other country. When you come here to Tanzania with your currency, you're not gonna use them. They want to see dollars, so you have to change your currency to dollar in your country, and then to travel to another African country to use a dollar in another country. That's crazy.
Tell me about that. And also, for example, like okay, this is might be politically sensitive, but okay,
Mm,
the you have NATO, right? The NATO.
mm, mm.
What does that mean, NATO? What does that mean? The
I
implication
don't
of
even
NATO.
remember it.
The NATO.
I don't remember it. You tell me.
Oh, NATO is the military bloc
North
of
Atlantic.
the North Atlantic.
The,
Yeah,
yeah, it's a military grouping of the
coalition,
Western
right?
powers. Huh? Yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, it is. I mean, this is the point. I think so. We have to create awareness, like what unity means first and foremost. So I mean, that's just what I really want to say, man.
All right. That's amazing. That's amazing, bro. All right, guys. Anyone else who wanna jump and going on? That'll be. I'm doing a little.
Uh, to me, it's like the news of Zambians leaving Ethiopia for fear of the safety of their citizens. That's ridiculous. That's very horrendous on the part of Zambians to be
Oh, it
making that kind of
happened.
move. And clearly,
Wow.
clearly, it's tied to Zambia's need for some kind of financing and support
That's
from World Bank
ridiculous.
and IMF, and to be a
Ridiculous.
news fodder for news, like to make a point, the point of or impending crisis and others, just to make that point, and they're taking that step. I mean, we've had the African Union and the citizens of African countries that are working in African Union. I mean, nobody's put their life in danger. I mean, the Europeans haven't even evacuated. The Europeans haven't evacuated, and you have an African country that is evacuating just to answer, just to be on the news, just to add to the news of crisis. I mean, to be used for that is an abdication of, yeah, and I mean, like you're chickening out just like that. I mean, like it's so sad. And but the point that should be made is there are 54 other countries that have decided not to follow Zambia, and
Exactly.
hopefully they have senses not to do that. And I mean, this conflict has been decidedly, clearly been proven to show. I mean, I don't think even the powers that be had the opportunity. They didn't have the competence to hide their sinister actions. They didn't have enough to provide cover to the flaws in there. I mean, like blatantly lying about a lot of the things that's happening on the ground has been the MO. And anyone out there who thinks that you respond to that, you're responding to lies. You're responding to lies. You're responding to propaganda. You're responding to an attempt to subjugate you. And you have said, you bow down and said, I bow down to the pressure. That's what you did. That's what you just did. That said, to me, like, I know a lot of Ethiopians are not up for negotiations. Okay? I have been saying this, if you go to my Instagram, I've said this. The only way to resolve this issue in a sustainable way is through peaceful means. And peaceful means doesn't mean abdication of your responsibility, your constitutional responsibility. Peaceful means that you have all the tools at your disposal, including military. Because military means is part of the peaceful means of resolving the issue. Okay? If you want to resolve the issue, the crisis you have with, racists and, downright crazy warmongers like the Nazi, okay? You can't say peaceful means is not part of the resolution. The military force that you deploy has to be part of the design to force the other side to surrender, and to surrender to a peaceful resolution of the crisis. This is so. We have to recognize that all of the above solutions is part of the solution. And not just one solution or two solutions or three solutions. If there are 5 solutions, all of them. If there are 100 solutions, all of them. Because we are the one who wants peace, who wants prosperity, who wants the resolution of a crisis. We are not the ones, gunning for continuation of crisis. And so if you are on the we side of it, you have to be comfortable to recognize, hey, that's where you deploy your intellectual forces. This is a time where Ethiopians have to be intelligently navigating peaceful resolution. Intelligently. Not blindly, but intelligently. So yes.
Let me ask you this, right? Because okay, when I ask this question, because this is from what I'm coming from, right? So because yesterday I was watching this news, right, and there was this foreign correspondents, and they were saying, why are the West are against the Ethiopian government, right? Because this is the same thing that I wanted to point out, because they said for 3 reasons they are against Ethiopian government for 3 reasons. The first reason is being that because Ethiopian government didn't really cooperate with the Egyptians, right? Because of the dam. That has to start because of the Donald Trump, what he said about Ethiopia and stuff like that, right? So that's one point. The second point that they mentioned is because of the Chinese, right? Because Ethiopian didn't really, she's working with the Chinese, right? Because they want to break the relationship, right? So that's the second reason. The third reason they mentioned, Mika, please mind you this. The third reason they mentioned is because it is promoting Pan-Africanism. That's what they say.
Yeah.
He's promoting Pan-Africanism.
Exactly.
It is promoting Pan-African because of, look at the coalition that they made with Somali, with the Sudan, and with the not the Sudan means the South Sudan, and with Eritrea, right? So all this sentiment, and also because that's I think that's the price that we are paying right now. Okay,
You know,
and
that's what I
those
say.
when
That's
you,
yeah.
yeah, when you
Sorry.
look at the threats come from three directions basically. Because today the Egyptians, this spokesperson, like this, what you call it, this the agent spokesperson. You know what he said? He said like the Ethiopian war, behind the Ethiopian war, America, Egypt, and Sudan are clearly visible. That's what he said, man. I'm telling you guys the truth. Egypt, we know like why Egypt is against us. Sudan, that God knows that. But America, okay. So guys, this is the reality that we're in right now, right? You have to understand this. So
But
we're
that's
not only fighting like
yeah,
this rebels.
yeah.
We're
That's why I
fighting
say that.
against all these mites, man.
Yeah, but that's why I say, when we think about the conflict, participants of the conflict, people say, oh, the participant of the conflict is the Ethiopian government and TPLF. I say no, that if there's a peace negotiation that has to take place, okay, it has to include all participants. And America is part of the conflict. Egypt is
Yes.
part of the conflict. Sudan, any conversation that has taken place, I say Obasanjo will only be successful in resolving the conflict if he make sure, other participants of the conflict that are invisible, that are behind, other actors, and then state actors, all of them combined, has to
Yeah.
be part of the deal and the negotiation. So
But
Ethiopia
Israel,
has to
how
be
do we
willing.
subdue
Ethiopia has to be
Americans,
willing
man?
to negotiate with all of these things, but doesn't mean surrender. Negotiation is not surrender. Negotiation means that you are using other means to get to achieving your goals. And I think, it's not submitting to the will and the demands of Egypt and Sudan, because it's and America or the TPLF and all its supporters. It is negotiating with all these forces, and then asking, okay, you have issues about Pan-Africanism. Okay, this is what we can compromise right now. Okay, this is what we can compromise, but this is not an area of compromise. Ethiopian government should have an idea of what is compromised here, what is not compromised, so that it can unite the forces that are behind it. It's a focal point. Ethiopia is the focal point, and it has to be leading by providing a vision of resolution. And then the vision of resolution is that, okay, this is what the Egyptians want, this is what we want. This is what the Sudanese want. This is what we want. This is what TPLF wants. This is what we want. And this is
Okay.
how we will achieve it. And
Okay.
this is the red line. This is where we cannot cross. This is the red line. And this is the gray area. That's up for possible resolution, like through discussion. So we
Yes.
need to be the
True.
ones, being the proponent of resolving this issue by all means. By all
True.
means.
True,
And
Israel. Let me ask you
we
this.
need to provide vision to it, so
True.
that
Let me ask you this, right?
others like me and you, who supports the Ethiopian government and the Ethiopian people and the African people, can go behind it and provide the kind of cover and protections and the kind of articulation that is necessary to make it come to reality.
True. But let me ask you this, Israel, right? Like we
Yeah.
know, like for example, when you take an example of the dumb, we know like the stand of that the dam is not going to harm anybody. For example,
Yeah.
take Sudan, right? So like and even Egypt, right? It's not going to harm Egypt, but it's all political, right? It's all political, right? Because they think like, oh, Ethiopia will have power in that region, right? It has more influence in that region, and really they don't really want that. And when you talk about the Egypt, right? How the Americans come into that play is because of Israel. The
Yeah.
relationship that the Americans have with Israel, the Camp David treaty, right? Is that the Camp
Yeah.
David?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because of that. They want to protect that, and that creates a different kind of order in that region. So that's all political, right? So
Yeah.
how are you going to negotiate in that type
Oh,
of
I mean,
platform?
it's hard to negotiate that here on this
It is
platform.
really difficult, right?
No, it is hard. No, even in this platform, because we don't have all the pieces on our. We are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the negotiators, but we
And
just a bunch of people with ideas. But can I say this? Everybody that you're negotiating with, they're going to ask you the things that you're not willing to give. Okay, so does Ethiopia. Ethiopia is going to ask the things that they're not going to give us. Everybody is going to ask in any conflict, in any tension, every one of you, everyone or every participant is going to ask, is it the ask, we call it a negotiation term, the ask. What is the ask here?
Okay.
The ask is just what you described. But the goals are not what you described.
What is Egypt? What's Egypt are asking? What are
asking the things that Ethiopia is not willing to give them? That's what they're going to do. Everybody is going to come to negotiation asking the things the other side is not willing to give them. The Americans are going to ask the Ethiopians the things that they're not willing to give. And the Europeans are going to ask the Ethiopians the things they're not willing to give. So that's part of the deal. That's the nature of negotiation. That's how negotiation goes to. But it doesn't mean that the fact that they are publicly asking you that, it doesn't mean they don't have other asks that are not possible to address.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stop your conversation, but I'm trying to see it as an Africans, right? We want whichever deal we are talking about, as long as an African brothers are benefited from, that's where we want to go, right? Even though I'm not Egyptian, I can see it on a human level, right? How wicked Egyptian people can have a fear that thinking like the water will stop. If everybody tells them the water will stop, that's what they're gonna believe. They may not go there and study it, read about it, and like dig deep and say what it really means, what it really is, and it's only the talk or the politicians trying to play different directions. They may not see it as a popular generation, the popular people. You don't deep dig. It's only a couple of people who are interested on the view, or that is their profession, that's their field. Those are the ones who really study and see things, read things, and communicate and see what the dam really is, not the general population of Egyptian. And so seeing that, they will have fear, as a human fear. Everybody actually wants to be safe. So from the news that is portrayed too much, from the news that is putting too much in their ear, they might actually believe what is being said is true, and they might actually try to defend out of it. But I'm saying this because I really count as an Egyptian are my brothers and sisters too, and I don't want them to be hurt. I don't want them to have negative experience at the end of this whole process. I want the Egyptians to understand what actually is. And I think as when we talk about making a deal, when we talk about the project, the dam that the project is making, that if we are able to show to the common people, right, the major people of the country, that we are able to show them, to let them understand, to portray what actually it is actually beneficiary from the whole continent. It actually give a greater vision for the continent. It actually give a greater opportunity, whether it's job opportunity, technology opportunity, different opportunity for the continent. It's not only for the country that's going to be beneficial. And they are promising. It's amazing. It's like the way they laid it out, they lay out the project, the way they were so open and trying to show everything what they have on the project. They are so promising that they are actually working to the benefit of the people, not to the back. Actually, it's gonna benefit Egyptian themselves, not to hurt them back. If we are able to bring out that, and not only, I always say it, as a community, it's our job, it's ourselves. Like we are the one who talk We have to talk. We have to talk at a human level, because I have a friend, I work with them, and I have to show them what it is. If I don't show it a human level, people are not going to go there and study it and see the project detail and see how the background it is and what it means. They're not going to go. They don't have time. They are busy in their life fulfilling certain things. So every time we have a chance, I think those are the points that we need to bring and let them so that they are our brothers and sisters. Actually, it's not about fighting with them, trying to destroy somebody. Sometimes I see some arguments on concerning the Nile, and I feel so sad because that is not the project I planned. That is not the project's mission. The project's mission actually to bring up lives to the better, to bring up Ethiopian life to the better, to bring up our neighbors' life to the better. So we need to bring that and point it out over there and to show it to the people. And as you mentioned with the political situations that is happening currently in Ethiopia, I think the dialogues will work. I think it will work. I'm going to keep praying, though. The peaceful resolution is always the right way to go, even though it doesn't seem it is achievable. I think it is achievable. And we all know there are others who have different interests behind it and trying to support by putting oil on the fire and trying to put to let the fire burn too much.
But they will never succeed.
But they will never succeed. It will. We will come out of it. We will go behind the reality. Thank you.
Can I be clear a little bit, much more clear?
Okay.
I'm
and
talking
I
about.
Back, guys.
Okay, I'll let you. Sorry, Mika, but I wanted to be clear. What I'm saying to you, like the Egyptians are not going to ask publicly the thing that Ethiopia wants to hear. Neither does Ethiopia. This is the nature of negotiation. Nobody asks the thing that you want to hear and you want to accept. That's the first thing that we have to understand. The second thing that I want to point out, so I want to respect that, the people who are on a daily basis talking to each other, having that conversations, I want to respect what they're doing, and I want to believe that they are going to play this game intelligently. So navigate it. It's a navigation of treacherous. Negotiation is treacherous. There's a lot of intrigue, a lot of stuff going on. It's not straightforward. It's not as straight. War is probably more straightforward than negotiation. It's much more dangerous to negotiate. But what I want to encourage is that the Ethiopians and the Africans need to provide vision for what we want to achieve from negotiations, and link that vision to the broader Africa vision, to the broader Ethiopia vision. Link it. Make sure it's linked. It's aligned with that. And then the operational element of it, how to achieve it, has to be dictated by the prevailing states and conditions that you see yourself, you find yourself. And then those powers that are negotiating against you, they're going to use every leverage they can get to get to you. If it is Tigray, they will use it as a leverage. If it is the Dam, they will use it as a leverage. If it is, a bunch of countries evacuating their citizens out of not real threat, but perceived forced threat, they're going to use, those are leverages, part of the negotiation leverages. And I want to encourage the Ethiopians first to be open and public and provide vision, not just an Ethiopian vision, an African vision. Articulate it. Use the podium that you have. You don't necessarily have to use a gun. Use the podium you have, the platform you have, to outline what you are hoping to achieve, what you envision to achieve. And then that vision should guide you. And that vision will energize those who support you to coalesce around you. Okay? Don't be afraid that because you're negotiating, then people are going to say, oh, now you are surrendering to TPLF. No. Yeah, you're going to use negotiation to get what you want to achieve, which is to make sure that in any country, only through democratic and peaceful means and through legal means that you can get to power. That's the goal of a negotiation for Ethiopia with TPLF. The goal of Egypt is to get Egypt to come to terms with the notion that Africa can no longer withstand the demographic and the economic and the political burden that has been carrying for the past 100 years it doesn't have any shoulder to carry it anymore. But it's about time to change it. That's what we are doing. We want them to be part of that process. That's the negotiation. That's the outcome that we want to achieve with them, with the Americans. We want to make them understand that it's a bigger market, a bigger economy, a bigger prosperity, okay, and much more security, better security for the resources they want to make their phones, their technology, their cars, their whatever the thing that they care about. So every stage of the way, every direction, you just provide vision. Provide that vision, provide the rationale and the why you do it. And how you do it is you can't take more than 5 steps, because how you do it has to be the prevailing conditions, the opportunities and the challenges that you're going to lean on. It's like, how is like, is think of it as steps. As you walk up the stairs, how is like stairs. Sometimes you can take 2 steps if you can do it. Sometimes you're too tired to take 2 steps. You take a slow paced step, whatever it is, depending on how you feel and how you are and whatever. So that's what I wanted to point out. Thank you so much.
All right. Appreciate. Yeah, this is beautiful. I want to point out 2 things before I allow His Excellence Ezra. He just came here as well. It's been a while seeing him. First thing, I just want to say that first of all, I think, this is my view, it's a sign of weakness, and it's a sign of weakness for African countries to look for help from outside the continent for the conflicts that we are having with our brothers and sisters within the continent. First of all, it's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of mistrust that a lot of us we have towards one another, and we shouldn't entertain that. I think it's a time for African leaders. I hope they will listen to this, or they know this, that we have to believe in ourselves more than we believe in other powers. And I think because of that, we are opening a door to things that are happening in Africa. Because if I close my door from all sort of neo-colonialism from outside in Africa, and I'm just one country, and then you from another country open the door, then basically we are welcoming someone to come in the entire continent and do something, right? So doing that, first of all, it's a sign of mistrust towards one another that we have, and it's a sign of weakness that I don't believe that we can resolve these conflicts or these issues on our own. So we need your support, your help. And another thing, the second thing, is that I think our leaders, they're playing a big role in this issue, because people, they're always following their leaders, because we're the one who choose our leader. Like the state of leader or the appearance of leader, it represents the people he's leading, he or she. That's how it is. So if our leaders will be able to come together and to talk, because it just takes 2 leaders and other leaders in the top position to sit down and to discuss for the fate of their countries, each countries. We sit down and talk in the presence of African Union and to discuss these things. I think whatever conclusion that we come with, I know people will support, because they know that this is the best for the African, it's the best for the continent, it's the best for our country. But you're having problem when you have some leaders who do not believe in Pan-Africanism, who that's not their agenda of One Africa. They want to be alone. They believe they can stand alone, maybe because of the support that they're receiving from the East, from the West, from the Middle East. Like, it doesn't matter where that support it comes. If you have a leader that believe in that, and if you have another leader who believe in Africanism, in Pan-Africanism, then you're not gonna have you're not gonna come to the common ground, because everybody wants whatever they want. But when you have misunderstanding between all these leaders who are leading us, that leads to the chaos that we are facing. So I think we really need to learn how to build trust. And I know it takes a long time to build trust between one country and another country. But even if we cannot trust one another, but we should always remember that we are one people and we are one Africa. And the decisions that we're making is not just for me and you, but it's for the entire continent. And we are sending the message to the rest of the world. What kind of message are we sending by that. Like, I cannot talk to you, I cannot negotiate with you, I cannot sit on the same table with my African brother, but I'm willing to do the same thing with, with other countries. I mean, with non-Africa. What kind of message we are sending to the world that we are not united? And that's the only point that we have been taking advantage of again and again and again. And you cannot blame Western for doing that, because if you're coming to me to ask for help, of course I'm going to help you according to my own times and my own vision and plans. And when you come to me, I'm going to always ask. I mean, you're going to owe me, right? So you're coming to ask for help. You always have something to pay back to me one day. And so you have, there's a lot of issues that I wish I can speak them openly that I know, but I gotta be careful about them. But I hear some of the treaties and some of the agreements that the governments of African countries making with the outside, and you hear them and you're like, man, like, these our leaders are literally like selling countries. Like, I'm willing to give this plot of land, this plot of area, to, if it's Westerners or Easterners, just because of something that I want, or just because of something that you offer to give it to me. But that plot of land, the place I give, that land, it was supposed to be for my people. That place, maybe there's a lot of minerals that they can benefit the whole people of the country, or even the continent. But I'm not considering that. I'm just thinking about now and then. And we're going back to the thing that we were talking about before, the vision for the continent. So having this, I'm going back to the Kuru's, question, like having this One Africa unit and union, man, there's a lot of sacrifice that we are going to make. And I think a lot of people have been benefit from the relationship and that I've been having with, other countries, Westerners, Easterners, and all those countries. And they're not ready to let go of that. They're not they're not ready to go of that. And when you're talking about One Africa, it's something that it's the movement that shows that, hey, you know what, we believe in ourselves, we believe in our people, we believe in what we have, we believe that we can actually stand and move together, with my African brothers and sisters. And if you don't believe in that, then it's going to be really hard to agree. And this is where we are right now. We have conflicts, and it's obvious. I'm pretty sure, like, when you look at the damn situation, I'm pretty sure even like the Europeans and Americans, they're sitting there and they're like, man, I wish these people, they know how much this will benefit all of them. But look at them. Oh, we just need to jump and do something. And we are there all the time.
Mika, let me before I'm really, really sorry about Israel, right? I'm just gonna point out one thing, because it's funny. Like, when you when you are talking about this lack of vision, right? Mika, is really funny because because we don't see the vision. Like, we talk about vision, right? We all say vision, but what is the vision for Africa, right? Like, in reality, like, people have to see it, like, so that they have hope. Like, they see, okay, I can see this, right? This is what I'm going to benefit from this, right? Because nobody sees that. You became desperate. When you became desperate because of the poverty mindset, right? So the only thing that you look towards is what someone will offer you as a bribe, as a bribery, right? Then you'd be like, okay, so you'd be like, tricked. You get the point? So you see this, the thing that because of there's lack of vision, what you see comes from the West, for example, comes from the West. That's something that's like, wow, this is life, man. This is the quality of life, right? Because that's what you see.
Yes.
That's what you see. But you don't see a prosperous Africa. You don't see a prosperous nation living in its own unique way, like having a very unique. Let me give you an example, right? Like, can you imagine, like, buildings, like infrastructure, like buildings, like houses, they're very colorful, very African inspired designs.
Yeah.
Huh? The streets, they're very green, with lots of flowers and stuff like that. Can you imagine this?
Mhm.
People eating outside in a circle with a little bit of tents or something like that. I'm just giving you some vision, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is truly rooted in like in African culture, right?
Mm.
People really this kind of stuff, like technologies that really environmentally friendly for Africans.
Mm.
Like what's the vision? Do we
Yeah,
have limits that really clearly defined? Like where are we going? Like where are we going?
yeah.
What does unity together means for us?
Mm.
Do
That's
we have that?
that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
point.
that's just what that's just that's I think that's what's lacking.
That's
See,
that's
if we have that,
that's yeah. That's really true. I really wonder if, like, it's really true. Thinking about it, I'm like, all Africans should know the vision of Africa. Like, where do we want to
exactly,
go? Where, like, we should know that, because if you know where you're going, then it's easy to be like, all right, I'm good to
exactly,
go, or I don't want to go. But we don't know where we're going, so
like
we don't even
Wakanda.
care about African Union.
Have you seen Wakanda, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's that's why we say this is how we're supposed to be. Maybe we can take that as our vision for now.
So I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I mean, this is because we don't people are like really I mean, I already said it because Israel, please talk now.
That's a good point. Ezra, I appreciate your excellence, Ezra, for coming here, because most of the time I see Ezra on the screen here. Sometimes I just see myself here, but Ezra, I appreciate for giving Africa the gift of your face. Um, your face is beautiful, guys. You guys too, and ladies right here, your face are beautiful too. I appreciate to see them sometimes.
Okay, okay. We
The
will do our
beautiful
best.
African faces.
Sometimes I feel like I'm speaking to robots, but
Oh my God.
whenever Ezra come here, I feel like I'm talking to a human being.
Okay, we
Yeah,
will
so
do. We'll do. We'll do.
please forgive me.
No, it's good you spoke. It's good you spoke. It's good you spoke.
Please don't crucify
Here,
me.
you see, you
Hey,
bring him out.
you see, my brother there. I'm always happy to see Professor Ezra because he got my hair. We
Yeah,
got it together. Look at us.
I copied it from you. Yeah, this is the problem that you didn't copyright it. You didn't copyright it, so
First,
so
firstness Anand, right?
Ezra, you're one Africa family, so yeah, it's all right. Uh, Look at that.
Hey,
You see, this is
good to
beautiful.
see everyone
Good to
today.
see you. Good to see you, man. I forgot how
I like
handsome you are.
yeah. Now we're looking for waiting to see the beautiful lady in our
Yeah.
Mr. Israel.
let's see.
What's up, Kuru? Mr. Prof. Kuru?
Ezra, you see the influence you've done? You brought so
So
much
you guys
influence.
are encouraging me to open my video, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You're the only one left.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now we have our brother over there, but this guy.
How are you guys?
Hey,
Good,
Ezra.
good.
Good. The dream team right here.
Mm,
OneAfrica.
OneAfrica.
One Africa.
Really,
Kuru.
nice seeing everyone today. Eh? Yesterday I was connecting, but I was busy with something. I kept on saying, "Oh, I'll connect," but I just had so much to deadlines to finish off, and then I was just listening on the side while working.
Yeah. Is it just me that I think, like, Kuru, I think Professor Kuru, he's not related to his voice. Like when I listen to your voice, I'm thinking
And then
about
his
different
face.
things. Yes,
Yes.
but then you come here on the scene
You're
and
not alone on that one.
yeah, oh,
You're
you,
not
you feel the
alone.
same thing, right?
Yeah, I feel the same thing.
Yeah, man.
But the problem is that the voice is really good, but the face isn't better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot how handsome he is.
African people are handsome and beautiful, so
Oh yeah,
that's a problem with the world.
we got it in our genes.
No, it's only me who didn't have a camera. Oh.
It's okay.
I guess I'm forced to open it up. I guess I guess
I
I have
love
to
this.
open it
I
up.
love this.
You
I love
know
this.
what?
I like
I
it
think
has this West African look to it at the top. That West
Yeah,
African
usually do that.
Nigerian
I kind of.
boldness.
yeah,
Kind of Nigerian, but not fully Nigerian, but kind of Nigerian. Like
People.
the way the Nigerians wear their top is just so beautiful. And yeah,
It's not exactly like that, but I try my best. I try my best to look that.
people sometimes they feel connected when they see your face.
That
So,
is true.
yeah, and
Exactly.
this is beautiful. Ezra, I'm sorry we're taking a lot of your time, but this is the
No, man.
blessing.
I think it's nice to sometimes to take the conversation on a lighter note.
Mhm.
We know that there's been so much pressure.
Yeah. No way.
No way, Ezra.
Are you guys alright? Ah, okay. I thought it was my problem.
yeah. I think
Somewhere it
Ezra.
goes.
I mean, I thought South Africa had a good internet.
Me too.
Yeah.
Apparently,
I guess not.
Yeah,
Always.
yeah, and brother, they're from Ethiopia. So my man,
Yeah.
we're having a better internet than South
Yeah.
Africa.
Yeah. Today I think Facebook and also Instagram
Telegram.
different. It's not working due to we have national
blocked.
exam today.
Oh.
That's why.
Yeah. These are blocked in Ethiopia right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see.
I had to use to make calls to people. I had to use Zoom. Send
Yeah, that's good.
invitations. Imagine, because Zoom is like you have to send invitation, you have to wait for them to see it on the email, and then for them to join. And so yeah, but it's not instantaneous. But yeah, that's a workaround that I've come around to see. Zoom is one of the ways to do it. Okay, sorry for Ezra. Ezra is it's by the way, it's unbelievable to have two Ezras in the same forum. It's a rare thing in the world.
Yeah.
Ezra's we occupy one place at a time normally, but
That's why I need to let the prof start first, Then I enter in the middle of.
By the way, this professor thing is like scaring the heck out of me. I mean, if it's a name that has been given to me, honorary name. I have no background in professorship. I've worked in education.
Go on. Listen, Professor Ezra. You even came up with set an agenda by Africans about Africans for the Africans. You deserve it.
I no longer own that.
So you're telling him
Mika, I no longer own that, so it cannot be attributed to me anymore. I don't own it. You own it. I've passed that ownership to you. If I didn't want you to own it, I would have copyrighted it. I'm in a country copywriting everything is so normal. So I didn't copyright it because I no longer own it. You are the owner, man. Yeah.
You just know that you have a fingerprint. You put a fingerprint in.
Exactly. We are seeing other. I was just gonna say the only place that you have, like in the case of here, two Israels, the only place that two Israels can occupy a space, because we like big spaces. We take a lot of spaces when you occupy space. The only place that's big enough to accommodate us happens to be an African forum. So
Yes.
And then why do I say this? There's so many of you out there across Africa that need to join this thing. It's such a huge place. I can guarantee you, yesterday we had a Nigerian, and a lot of things that we don't agree with. Okay, a lot of things but you couldn't see that we have disagreements. You couldn't see it because it's such a big place. Mika, you've created such a big, loving place that you can have an opposing view, and then it will be very hard for somebody to know that. I mean, I just disagree with Kuru a little bit, but you wouldn't know it unless you are like keen, you wouldn't know it because that's how big the space is.
Glory to God. Glory to God. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, guys. I mean, I want to ask you guys a question. So, if let's say if I visit, I visit Ethiopia, I visit this light started. I visit South Africa. Will you guys? I mean, if you guys will be available one day, will you guys be willing to go there? To have an African forum there with people. Somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be
Sure,
nice. Eh?
why
Yeah,
not?
because we're gonna have this physically in the physical location. Let's say here in Dar es Salaam somewhere, people come for One Africa Forum, or go to Ethiopia, or come for One Africa Forum, maybe one day visit US and have One Africa Forum there and talk about Western medias right there. I think that would devote
Yeah.
that would devote us right away. But anyways,
Not I want. Not I want.
we don't speak, right?
Yeah. By the way, I mean, the possibility of expansion of what we do is so immense. One of
Yeah.
the area of expansion is that we all speak different languages, but we can
Yeah.
speak the same ideas in different languages. In Amharic, in Orominya, Tigrinya, and then in so many of the languages that exist in South Africa, and
Yeah.
in Swahili. So there will be the expansion. Where is it going to go? Where we are heading? The vision where we are heading is, when we say One Africa, even though English is the one that's bringing us together, but there are other
Yeah.
Africans that don't speak English, that speak different
Exactly.
languages. But
Yeah.
by joining the bandwagon, you're joining not just what's happening right now, what's about to happen ahead of us, which is more ways to reach to people. And I think the One Africa Forum Swahili Nation is doing an incredible job. You go to the Swahili Nation site, you learn a lot of Swahili words. Yesterday, you were teaching us about the word country, right? Country in Swahili. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I forgot. By the way, I forgot the word. What country means
The
in
word
Swahili?
country.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
country.
I'm
Country.
sorry.
Nchi.
Inchi.
Nchi.
Yeah,
Nichi.
yeah. Nakupenda inchi.
By the way, when you say Mika, this One African Forum going everywhere physically, one of the reason that I was mentioning at the back that it is time for you to come to Ethiopia and visit is one of the reason is that like it shouldn't be like in one place. Like I think the vision is greater, big. It's not only contained in one person ability. It's not only contained in one person vision, but it's beyond that. And I was like trying to do something. I don't know if I say, okay, let me do this, let me support this physically, and it's only if it's only me, it's gonna be one tip and it's not gonna go far, right? But if we bring it together, bring it to a bigger level and see the vision of the oneness of Africa, the bringing people together, and when we say we have to work together, we have to support each other. That's one of the things we do. We practically act on it, right? Physically, it does by speaking only. It doesn't happen. Like somebody has to give money. Somebody and by the way, the viewers you are watching now, please do something, super chat or comment and do support Mika. It's share and like also, so other people. The more, that's how the algorithm works. By the way, if when one like, I think 400 shares, that's how it counts. I'm not right, Mika. I'm right? When one like brings 100 shares, like the algorithm is forced to share this platform to different people. So when you see it, and if you really agree with the topics that are going and would like to encourage other African brothers and sisters, please do that. Do share, like, and also give money, support Mika, support the program, so that the vision will continue, so that the vision will become a physically achievable, not only by discussion level, not only online discussion, but physically people can move from places and do practical works, the vision that AU have, the economical visions, so this is the whole geopolitical. Thank you for Jesus Saver for your super chat for geopolitical decisions that we make. At the end of the day, it's for our brothers and sisters and for everyone. So we really encourage you to do that. This is how we support. Not only we saying, oh, we like and that's very good, but we practically give money that will help people to move and do what is right for Africa, what is right for our brothers and sisters, and what is right for the vision of Africa to become one. You see, Ezra, we're still taking your time. I'm sorry.
No. I think it's nice to sometimes that we switching it now to a lighter note. Sometimes the ideas could be flooding the atmosphere, and sometimes we just need to calm down and just speak about life, what's happening, this, that's also good for the mind and for us as well, and even for the viewers at home, for them to kind of, sometimes there's times when people are thinking of all what they're going through, and then when they join like OneAfrica forum or get such platforms, they know I'm joining this just to be away from all that I'm going through or all that I'm busy with. So it's always good sometimes, listen, that we go on a lighter note and different things, different frequencies. It's always nice. It's always good.
That is true.
Yeah, so I think since I'm in here and it's been switched to a lighter note, I won't go on a deeper note.
Uncle, this is really good.
They will follow you wherever you go, though. They will follow you.
I think we barely talk about like this stuff. Like we barely just communicate to one another like this. So this is beautiful. This is good.
Can I say this to a lot of the people across Africa, and then particularly in Ethiopia, and all the places that are troubled? If you are listening to us, you have to know that the fact that you are here, you are listening to us, that should give you hope in itself. That your humanity is your source of strength and your source of peace and your source of aspirations and hope. It's not what is happening around you. So like, I was reading this book the other day. Okay, I want to share that a little bit with you. Okay, and it goes. Give me a second. I want to show you the title of the book so that you don't feel like I'm talking nonsense. Since you've given me the high burden of proving to you that So I was reading this book. Can you see the title? I don't know if you can see.
Yeah.
Can you see the title? Okay. Okay.
From Sense.
Okay. This is it's an incredible book. It's about you've heard of the Maslow's laws of hierarchy, and how people can achieve fullness and full actualization. Okay. I mean, there's a psychological component to it. I'm not going to overplay the power of individual. So that means it's not at the expense and at the exclusion of the spirituality that I'm talking about, but in conjunction with that, like what you do to your mind, what you do to your heart, and to your emotions, to your intellect, in addition to your spirituality, combined together is like a triple force, intellectual, spiritual, and emotional. And those combined together can create a force. And it talks about motivations. One of the areas it talks about motivations. And I know what people are, most of us are instantly motivated by what's happening around us, like be it the war or peace, be it jobs, be it life, be it relationships that we are. So this book says the highest form of motivation is not the one that is inspired by what you're afraid of or what you're hoping for, or it's not coming because there's laws or regulations in your environment, like culture and traditions. It comes from, the highest form of motivation comes from who you are as a person, your sense of self, your belief, your vision, your desires, your passion, your faith, the things that are inherent in you, who you are. So I know sometimes there are a lot of depressing things happening. It happens to me. I get depressed all the time. I was depressed this morning, but it's gone on by now. But I lean on how I do it, and I think many people in the world have done it. Is how you do it, and then you lean on your spirituality, your faith in God. You lean on what God has already put in you, your mind, which is your intellectual force, and your sense of self that emanate from your emotions and how you feel in your environment, how you feel in others, and how you feel in yourself. And so by being centered around those things, and by really leaning on them, not necessarily depending on them, just lean. Just leaning is like this. It's not fully dependent on. By leaning on those things, the inherent motivations, inherent who you are, that depends on your humanity. Then you tend to see the problems that you're facing right now, and from the perspective of, okay, this problem is trying to get me to understand something about me and about my space and my environment and my goals and my visions. What is the thing? What is the lesson here? So the lessons that's happening in Ethiopia is that, hey, as an individual, I need Mika, I need Ezra, I need Kuru, I need Nazanet, I need Mr. Addis. I need all of my friends and my relationship and the people all over. I need them. I need humanity to go overcome this. That's how you resolve it. I'm depressed and sad, and I come here. That depression and sadness dissipate because my other fellow who recognize and sense my frustrations and my fear, they take me out of it. Then I can think. I can think clearly. What solutions can I think of? What resolutions can I bring here? And how I can make my day fruitful and happy and joyous. And I think I know, and I took it back to serious topic, but I know people are struggling, but as this is the thing that works for me. It doesn't necessarily work for everybody, but it's an idea for you.
Yeah, I guess one of the things, Prof, is what you're saying now. It's very important, and I don't think it's off topic. It's just something in addition to a coping mechanism that yes. One applies, and somebody can try your mechanism and it works for them. Somebody can say, no, I have my own way of handling pressures and or challenges that I face, or problems or issues. So what you're saying now, it's important for especially in this time where people are also looking for solace. They're looking for ways to be encouraged or ways to feel better and have hope, for the future. So I think that's very important what you're saying now about the book that you shared. Yeah, I think OneAfrica. Mika, you've got so many topics there. Eh? Book club. What are you guys reading this week? Reviews.
We got a lot of topics, and we got we got a lot of topics. I feel like maybe some other day, we should come here and Ezra, you can share us, a little bit about that book. I mean, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
For
I would love that. I would love that. Yeah. By the way, this book, I read it, and I was like 20-30% of the time, I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. So
something, but let me just keep quiet.
The reason I say this is because nothing that you see out there is all the truth. Some of the truth, but all the truth. But when somebody tries to tell you all the truth lies here in here, and nothing else that you go out there, I'll just say, oh, come on.
Of course.
The same thing. Everything I say to you, just like what Israel just explained to you, everything I say to you is a type of coping mechanism. It's one form of coping. So if you take everything I say to you and then try to apply it and it doesn't work, Israel is wrong. No. You have to have your own mind. That the reason I say 20-30% is bullshit is my mind reads it. I'm like, this guy is trying to exaggerate things here because there's no basis for it. It's trying to set my perception instead of trying to inform me, and so I can set my own perception. So I have my own way of saying it. So that's the way the world works, the universe works. You hear something, nothing is exactly what it is. Don't see exactly what it is. What you see, what you read, what you understand, it's not always exactly what it is. but you have to be the one to differentiate between what is right.
Wow. Long conversation. I do not expect I'm going to be here this long, but it's kind of capturing and I end up being there. We kind of touched lots of topics that haven't
exactly.
lots of topics, but the point that I was making, by the way, I want to point it out again. I hope I can share it. I don't know if you see it, Ezra, about about sending Mika to Ethiopia. I just put out some points. Yes, some points. Let's send our brother to the country he loved, and I put some goals. I try to go there and see the transportation, some extra expenses that he might face, and I put it there. It might not be exact. Because I'm not a kind of mathematician person, okay? But it's a general idea that I have, and our goal is 5,000. We just have $50, and hopefully it will get there. Whatever it's going to be there, it's going to be there. And the reason I did that is the not only just to bring one person to Ethiopia and just to give him a kind of a visit, the country he loved. That's not my main idea. My main idea is to bring the idea of OneAfrica in a practical mode, right? To bring the idea of OneAfrica, like when we talk about we love Africa, we love our brother and sister. When we talk about that, we have to be practical. And the other thing that we can do is we can encourage that person to do great things. The way we do it is by supporting that person. The way we do it is by being part of that movement. The way we do, and the other point that I see is then we see when we see our let's say I'm an Ethiopian, so let me say in Ethiopia we have lots of challenges that we are going through, lots of crises, right? And sometimes we be too emotional to see ourselves from outside, to see ourselves who we are as an African, who we are as an Ethiopian, who we are, how we are responsible for the continent, how others will see Ethiopians as an Ethiopians, right? So when you have a vision, when you have someone who have a greater vision for Africa, who have a greater view of you, you will be able to have a strength. You will be able to get up and say, no, I am better than these little worries that I am fighting for. If they may not be little, but you know the fight that we have, the struggle that we are passing through, we can be able actually be encouraged by others to see that we are greater than what we are facing now. We are greater than what we are challenging now, and it's not only for one person, one Swahili nation, one African forum. It's not only for one country, one young man. It's not only that. It's for the whole continent. It's for the whole youth of Africa. I kind of watch different users in Africa in different places. It could be from Nigeria, from Ethiopia, from Kenya. I have some of them. I don't know if you see the Damaris, or I know you do some reaction on Wandamai. Yeah, Wandamai. You know, I do see those young ones who have a vision, who has a great burden in Africa, right? Sharing what Africa looks like. At the same level, I think it is our responsibility. It's our part of it to stand up and to say, okay, we're going to support Mika, so he will achieve the goal that we are supporting. He will achieve the peace and the love. That's what he always preached. Like he is so passionate about it. By the way, Mika, you are so passionate about it. And he loved God. He loved his continent. He loved his family. That's a very great thing that we can actually encourage and
help out and help out and stand with him to achieve those goals as a family together, as a one brother and sisters together. And maybe I don't know what Miha will say. I don't know. He will comment out it. But when I had the idea, I always see his videos, his presentation, how passionate he is in Africa. We need this kind of young men to go around in Africa and wake up Africans, right? We wake them up, encourage them, and also help them to achieve what they aspire for, what they are working for. It is we. When we say we want Africa, we want one Africa, that is what we do. We support. We work together. We may not be the ones who go around, run around, and how do I put it? Run around and preach the oneness of Africa, preach the Pan-Africanism, helping people, grabbing people. But we can be behind, right? While we are in the front, at having the conversation and the dialogue. And also we want the listeners, we want the viewers that might see it later, also to be part of it. They can be a backbone of this mission to bring you African users to come together and to bring the one Africans, and to bring the visions and the power and the strengths that one Africans are there. So while it might be one step that he starts going to Ethiopia, it might be one step that we call him to Ethiopia. I'm Ethiopian, I'm inviting him to come. I may not do it by myself, but I want my brothers and sisters to support me because that passion is in him, and I want that to be shared physically in Ethiopia, right? And also we might send him next time South Africa, next time Kenya, next time Nigeria. So he will bring and raise young people. He will encourage them to see who they are, how mighty they are, right? How passionate he is. I think that passion can share with other people. And please be part of it, to support, do what you can. We don't know how this is going to explode or how it's going to work, but we know it's going to work. We know it's going to happen. And we are planning to send them. I'm planning to send them in January for the New Year. So in European New Year, right? And not in Ethiopian New Year. We're already in the New Year. But in European New Year, that you will be visiting Ethiopia and actually having those encouragement conversations with users and from different media. So this is your floor. You can say what you have. And it is me who set it up. I am responsible.
But Mika, I know you did an incredible job, Nancy. But what we're doing is Mika is this trip is a work trip. It's not even just a vacation.
No,
he's gonna go on work. He's gonna go and work his butt off to achieve the goals of the forum, and that's what we're trying to do here, is to do you want your voices heard? Do you want your voices given a platform? Is CNN going to come and tell your story? Is BBC going to come and tell your story? Nobody's going to come and tell your story. Only Africans can tell African story, because that's what the world is, the way the world is. Americans tell the American story, Europeans tell the European story. Africans need to tell their own story and need to be heard. And this is an assignment that we're going to give to Mika, and it's not an easy one to do, because as soon as he gets in, he's going to have to enjoy while also doing work, and enjoy the being in a place that he always dreamt of going, while at the same time getting things done for the broader African objectives that we have here.
Yes. Thank you. How about Nizra? What do you think about encourage the viewers, and what do you think about it? We're just bringing this to the public right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is really a great initiative for us to all join, and I think, and it will be a great an interaction where some of the people that see Mika online and now they can even be able to see him face to face.
Yes.
And it'll be nice to even, as Prof Ezra said, that he's going to work. It's not just going to be, being relaxing there in Ethiopia. He'll be covering things. He'll be probably interacting with the locals there. So for the people that will want to see Mika there, feel free to join, as we want to see Mika in Ethiopia, and yeah, become a supporter, and it'll be worth it to see Mika there. And as Prof has already said, he'll be there working. There'll be interactions that you want to have, and it'll be nice for the people to now see Mika face to face on the ground, not online speaking or praying, but now he'll be in the land of Ethiopia, praying in the land of Ethiopia, in
Yes.
the land of Ethiopia, talking to the family, talking to the people there, and so um and for people that are out there that will want to see Mika there, please feel free to join this the GoFund, and whatever you can contribute. And as Mika will be representing the Swahili nation, this is big. It's not just him. He's not even representing himself. He's representing the whole continent. He's representing the whole Swahili nation. He's representing the One Africa Forum. So this is big. This is really big. Family, please sponsor this, and in whatever way you can. And there's many ways to support. There's many ways to support, and we know that yeah, we're all going. There's COVID. There's so many things happening, but there's so many things that we'll get out of this. You know, so feel free to join and be part of this. And as we're supporting Mika, we're not just supporting him with our mouths, and we need to reach out in every way possible. And others, maybe when he gets there, they might want to invite him for coffee, and have a chat with him. That'll be a show right there in Ethiopia. So feel free, family, to join in. And for everyone in the continent, whether you're in the diaspora, you're in UK, you're in the US, whatever country you are in South Korea, whatever nation you're in, feel free to be part of this GoFund, and let's support our brother here to for his trip, his working trip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Actually, thank you. It just being honest. I want the people to know something. I want the people to know something. This is what it is. When we talk about OneAfrica, when we talk about the passion that we have, when we see it, it is us who make it happen. It is me and you who make it happen. Nobody else. This is how it's been done. It's like people who are not able to do it physically support the people who are able to do it physically. And it's not everybody who's going to run around and do things practically. It is a couple of people are doing it, and we support behind it. We support financially. We pray. So thank you very much. I was going to say the link will be there, so you guys can go ahead and share it, and also chip in whatever you are able to do and support. And we are not begging, just to be clear. We are not begging. That's the hardest thing for people to see. We are giving you a chance. We are giving you an opportunity to be part of a greater mission. We are giving you an opportunity. It is your choice. If you think yes, OneAfrica Forum is right thing for Africa, as a right thing for the use of Africa. If you think it is the right thing to bring OneAfrica Forum to Ethiopia, to bring OneAfrica Forum for different part of the continent, it is the right thing for you to support them. Then it's going to be obligation for you. It's no mandatory. It's a kind of a love obligation for you to support the mission. And we might go ahead and put more details on the GoFundMe program, and so you will be able to see what actually is going on in OneAfrica Forum. But for now, that's what you have. We already put it on the stage, so you will share from there. And I see someone Big E. I don't know if he wants to comment, or I can give the floor back to Ezra or both.
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to say that I just made a donation right now to the GoFundMe. I just put in at least 100 to it. So
that's
so I'm like, we're putting where we're putting where our mouth is. Is that the right term to say? Yeah. So essentially, so I'm going to continue to donate, continue to donate as much as I can, and at least buy him a ticket.
Yes.
We get to 400, 500. You're already buying him a ticket.
Yes.
And then Professor Kuru will host him in his apartments if it's necessary. So
about that, but thank you for bringing up, because we know I noticed that there is a lots of Ethiopians watching his channels, and they can host them to his host to their house.
Yes,
that if
you can donate hosting.
Yeah, if they donate their hosting, then the price will go down, right? That because all those costs are high.
No, we will raise the funds so that because he has the next trip to think about. It's not just Ethiopia. The next trip is happening, and then it could be South Africa. So and then he goes to Israel.
Yes, so the people who is willing to host him, who is willing to be a good tour guide, we need to talk to. We're still gonna connect to our peoples too. So he will have a friend, and it's good where you mention it. Thank you, and I think it will happen. It's achievable. It is achievable.
Yeah, it is achievable. Yeah.
Good afternoon, my people. This is Biggie in the house.
Hi.
How you doing? Last time that I had welcome. How you doing, Mika? The last time that I was in, I had a little emergency. I had to be out a little bit here and there, trying to make some comment. This is, I said, this is a lovely forum that we have. This is something very positive again. And my apology, I didn't finish up on last time topics, but right now I just got this at the tail end of it, of what we're trying to achieve. And I can see fairly on what we need to achieve for Mika. And you're a great host and bringing people together. And again, remember, we're all Africans, one Africa. And everything else will follow through because we got so many beautiful culture and all this imaginary border that we have. Hopefully we're going to be, not hopefully, but we will eliminate the borders. There won't be no borders in Africa. You can roam anywhere you want.
Yes.
And this is where it starts. This is where we're all going to start. And this is our Africa. This is our land. This is our continent. And I'm proud to be African. And if any of you didn't know that I'm Ethiopian, Eritrean. So I'm originally Eritrean, but at the same time, I was born in Ethiopia. And when all this independence came in, I stayed Ethiopian because nothing changed, because I'm still African. It doesn't have to have any side to it. You know what I mean? So
you should be proud of that.
I love life.
We're proud of you for that.
Thank you.
We're proud
of
you
so
really,
much.
Really. I know you said it in a statement, and it sounds a little bit like, as a passing comment, but the meaning, I know how big this meaning is to you. And it means, in return, as a result, it means so much to us. That this is how you see it.
Absolutely. And one thing on my little recall that on my last conversation is that if we want the African unite and we need to be united, first we got to begin as an African. And that's when everything starts falling in its places. And I saw something that you showed on the Transcendent. There was a book that you showed out, and there are certain things that, like you said, in that book itself, I've seen it. There's a few comments on forums, and I began to say on last conversation, I don't know if any of you were there, but we were talking about oneness, and oneness starts with yourself. So your thought, okay, is the beginning, and your emotions, without any hidden agenda, should determine on what you want to achieve. And basically, you can call it law of attraction, whatever, but this is what Jesus told us. And that is, if these two are in one in the same house, you are the chapel, you are the church, you are the one that's carrying the Holy Ghost. Everything is in you. So if you're really gonna be moving on, you have to have these thoughts being in line. That's what I'm trying to teach as many people to understand. Our thoughts can be dangerous on how we want to end emotionally, as long you're in positive directions, as long you don't care how it's going to achieve, you will be achieving what you want in your life. So these are very important. I feel that is the most important thing. There's a lot of things that's been omitted on translation, or you can call it lost in translation, or purposely been omitted. But this is in the full scale. And next time, I'm going to bring out some of these that have been omitted from the Holy Bible. And if this Bible is going to go, Old Testament is going to go to the Quran, is going to go to the Hebrew, the Torah. So that means this thing was pretty much in every books, even in the Hinduism or any other religions. It is there. You have to have, basically, you have to have your house in order to have other houses in order. Basically, clean your house, and that's when you start teaching others how to clean your house. So basically, this is what my practice is, and one thing that I always, one thing that I personally do, another thing that I may contribute to you guys and to any followers in here, is about us as human. When we were created, we were created naked. There was no clothes, there was no nothing. And the minute that you get out from your mother womb, you're a little helpless little infant, and don't even know what to do. The only thing you're going to be doing just crying. So you are dependent on your mother love, or whoever is going to raise you. That hand and that love is going to be you. And that is the love that you received, and that's the love that you have to maintain. But since we change our characters, our things, because of our life experiences, it doesn't stop us from loving ourselves first to love others. So when I wake up in the morning, the first thing that I do is I give me a, like warm, not really warm, just room temperature water. I drink that, and I meditate with myself that this water is like a holy water. That means you start up your engine for that morning. So your engine is in your stomach. You're going to be hungry. Some of us want a coffee, we want something, but at the same time, I start with a clean water. And I bless that water, and I walk on the backyard, and I put my foot on the grass. Basically, I start earthing myself, grounding myself, and thanking for the beautiful night that I spent. I was able to be here in the morning, putting my bare foot on this grass. And that, my friend, you are grounding yourself. You start your day taking care of yourself. And as you all know, we positively charged all day, all night. Until you get grounded, there's no electron that's going to be flowing, and that helps you. That helps you with your thinking. That helps you with your inflammation. That helps you with everything that you might have in your body. So if we all start that way, that means you got a good morning.
Biggie, let me ask you a question. Why do I feel like I'm getting a goosebump as you're speaking?
Because I'm talking pure energy.
Yes.
From the heart and my soul, and I deliver what it is inside me.
Yes, because I'm connecting with it right
very
now.
Important. It's very important that we relate to each other on a higher energy level, and our energy and our way of conveying our messages has to be really connected with the audiences, with everybody else that's around you. Otherwise, you're gonna be just a, like I put it today. It was a big E before, but I just put it small because I'm still learning. So my name is Ephraim, but I just kept it as E, and everybody calls me Big E from different in the areas, but I keep it that way.
You must be big.
Yeah, let's hope.
But I mean, I feel you big. Yeah, I mean, like your ideas and your perspective, and then your ground. I mean, like I'm literally thinking, like this is the thing I'm gonna copy. This is the thing I'm gonna copy because it speaks to me. It speaks to the kind of things I want to be. I'm very grounded, very connected, and and then really leaning on the energies that lies within and outside. I mean, we human beings should not search for too far to get this. It's not far away. The water is near you. You are near you. You yourself is near you. You get to choose to ground yourself or not. So this is a mind blowing conversation. Is already for me personally, and I appreciate that. Big E or Ephraim. Another E dominating here. Okay.
Yeah. Big small E.
Big
From the
small E.
scriptures.
I just put a little bit of what my knowledge about. I have a great life experience, and one of the things that really kept me grounded is the African affairs, and I'll share this, and it was the most important vision and experience that I had in 1992. In 1992, I was in school. It's an electronic school, solid state electronics, test electronics, and I just saw all these things. Everything that is behind your computer, or your TV, your radios, all these electronics, all these PC boards that you have, N gate, NAND gate. I don't know if you guys went through some electronics background, but I'm like, these little things are they were big at that time. Now they're so miniaturized that, my nano is all in one little chip. So that fascinated me. And then it came out to, really, I said, how much can I share this to Africa? How many Africans know about this? You know what I mean? It's not Africa don't know about it. It's just at that time, we don't have all the access. We don't have internet like we do now. We don't have the knowledge base where you can tap in. You have to find all the finest things. You can hear about them. You can see them in theory and everything else. But to have hands-on or to create those things, we were very limited in resources. So I was just thinking, about Africa. And that was a test that I had. And by the way, I'm the best soldering guy when it comes to electronic component, where people cannot solder those tiny things. I don't know. My vision now is not 2020, but at that time I can nail that.
40/20.
I can, I can drop that thing and I make sure it's not gonna overflow. You know what I mean? So I was very proud, and this vision came. Okay, just pay attention to this. Okay, this vivid vision. I see the African map, and it was all muddy, bloody, a little bit green here, there, yellow, and it's just a terrain, but it's strange terrain. It's not the map that I know. It's not the map I really know. The Sahara shown in yellow and all that divide. No, this thing was like all kind of brownish, reddish, and I didn't understand what it was, but I just kept following it. And for some reason, I feel like I landed in Alexandria, Egypt. Mind you that this is 1992. Okay, I landed in Alexandria. There's there's no connection to anything that I know, but this is a vision that's unraveling, showing me something. So I just flow with it. And it's like one of you think you're dreaming, but it's not dream, but because there's
so
no
vivid.
enough time to pose. You know, you don't have time to. It just keep flowing. So the minute that I see I knew in Alexandria because I know the part of where this yellow dropped in. It's a yellow drop. I don't know how, but this thing happened. And the next thing, it moves so fast, it goes right across the continent, right across the top of Africa, start getting yellow. And I feel like I'm going down south. And as I go south, now the part that was yellow on top was turning to green. When I keep moving, I see this yellow and green. The yellow is the first line of color. The next thing behind it is the green coming. Now I see a green Africa. And it stops right on South Africa. And I feel that I was kind of struggling, okay, to get the rest of that muddy, bloody part of South Africa. And I didn't know what to do with it. I know there was a lot of frustration that I can feel to get this past this part. And the next thing I know, I saw, I don't know if you know how to put cream in a bag and make your cake design on it, you know, by squeezing it. I feel like something is squeezing it to the bottom, and then you can barely see the yellow, but you see the green taking over. And finally, I see the whole Africa green. And I felt this joy. It's just, I didn't know what it was, but I felt this joy. I was so happy. And of course, at that time, my dad is great father, a friend, brother, God bless his soul, very wise man. And I said, Dad, you know, I just saw this thing and it's just too live, it's too real. What does it mean? You know, I might have the idea, but I was not sure. So I had to get the confirmation. So my father was the first one that got the first story of it. And he said, son, you're in on a big mission. And what it shows you, whatever that you do in Alexandria, Egypt, and he said, don't force for you to go to Egypt. Let it come to you. And when that call comes, he said, do not hesitate. Because he said, from my understanding, I'm going to drop a word. And that word is going to establish this peace. That's going to start from the tip of Africa. And he said, let it be, might be 10 years, 30 years, 40 years. And he always believed in that 40 years kind of biblical numbers, which I have different experiences for that. But that's where I am right now. So when it comes to Mika, you came in with this channel and it's about Africa, maybe it's somewhere that I'm starting and now thinking about back then. And I said, it is possible. It is possible that there will be, as you know, as I further my studies and everything else, Alexandria had the largest library in the world. They burned it two times, three times. You know what I mean? Every time that there's something that's stored, it was the internet, put it that way. It was the encyclopedia of world history. And they burned it because there's a lot of information that was stored in there. And a lot of kings, queens, and a lot of dignitary went there to really do some research. They sent there. I mean, if you want to get a great education, I mean, you got to go to Egypt, like medicine, astrology, and all that. It has a great detail of information in there where people were scholar based that you went to Alexandria to do your study. And that destruction of that library that always pinned me. I said, So that means something that's going to start again in Alexandria. Alexandria is very famous in history. Alexander the Great. You got the Cleopatra history. You got the Roman history. You got everybody history that's meddling really in the Alexandria region because of the fact that they had a lot of information, and that really prompted my belief. There's something about it, so that's why I'm sharing this with all of you. It might have something that I might not know. You guys probably can direct me to it, but this is clearly my vision.
Clearly, you have something to do for Africa. The vision is telling you have something to do for Africa with Africa, and you couldn't be in the right place because we are just at the beginning, at the start of this process. And Mika he's a leader on this one, and he can elaborate even further. But as somebody who's supporting Mika, and all hands on deck kind of situation right now, we find ourselves is that the issue of Africa's unity and Africa's, because we're talking about unity not because it's sentiment, it's because for all practical purposes, we need that. But we need all hands on deck, and what we call in the business term the early adopters, the innovators. We need the innovators. We need the people who see beyond the noise and the crowd, beyond the cloud. So we need people like you who feels like, yes, what I do today, what I say today is not just about, soothing my pain and suffering as I struggle, but also like there's something beyond that suffering, and I can be the one to help guide you. And that to me is what I think that's your mission. That's what I see from it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. It's very important that this conversation got to carry on. Yes. There are a lot of people that might not be aware of the depth of this common cause, and it's something that there are words that we cannot use, but once we start getting interconnected, like I said, we get our house in order, and we have our thoughts and collective thoughts actually, and embrace that, and that's what the prayers are about. Why you think you go to church or mosque or whatever to pray in a mass? The same words, the same appreciation of the Creator, our God, our Xavier. You know what I mean? And in fact, I don't know how to express it to other nations about, when you call God for us, it's easy in English. You know what I mean? Not everybody is using it, and sometimes they name the Creator name Yahweh and all that. But I believe the Amarinya or the Giz term of describing the Creator is Xavier. I always said Xavier.
Do you know that in Giz, another name for God in Giz is also Allah? Allah, the way Arabic, it's not spelled with H at the end, but it's pronounced with H at the end. Giz, yeah. So when I was building a school in Ethiopia, working on this school, we were the earliest one to introduce Giz education in a high school education, first one.
Yeah.
And one of the things I learned about, I didn't know much about Giz. Giz is an ancient language. And Ethiopian frame is a language spoken by the Aksumite Empire and beyond that, and it's spoken very heavily in Eritrea and northern Ethiopia. But it's a church language. The way Latin is, the way Latin language
is the Latin.
The way Latin is to the Catholic, Giz, and some of the most important documents in the world, and some of those things he talked about earlier, where Alexandria burned down and they lost it, they found them in Giz because Ethiopians were documenting in those days, documenting stories and informations from around the world, but documenting Giz. And because Ethiopia didn't experience what Egypt experienced, a lot of documents that they know existed, but don't have evidence of, because most of them burned down in Alexandria. They find them in Ethiopia and Giz. But back to it. I mean, the word Allah, I know it's in Arabic, is also in Giz, but the spelling in English doesn't have H in it. But the pronunciation of it has an H in it. So it's amazing how much we share in terms of different faith sharing almost same names, but history has hidden all of the connections, all those linkages that you see. So anyways, sorry, back to you guys.
Wow. Guys, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I said back to you guys. Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. First of all, I want to appreciate for everybody who is joining now. I don't know why, for some reason, numbers just going high. So welcome everybody. Even though
Our
we are
numbers
heading
going high?
towards, I don't know what's going on.
How many we have now?
We have 241 people here.
Oh,
Guys,
we're not
let
gonna
us
end
know.
it. And we're not gonna end it. I'm sorry. I'm
200
sorry.
people right now. I don't know what's going on, but you guys.
I'm gonna stay. Let's talk about the things that we've covered at the beginning, and then back to like really square it for us. Okay.
Yes. Let's kind of like
recap,
go around it. And I want to give opportunity to Ezra, Your Excellence Ezra, because he hasn't really shared anything today. So Your Excellence Ezra.
From South Africa, by the way. For those of you
from South Africa in the house. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but for some reason I think people are just joining right now.
No, I think Mika, it's the different time zones. I know where Prof Ezra is now. Some of them they are knocking off. Some of
midday.
them it's like and
midday.
here in Africa it's almost midnight, especially Central Africa to Eastern Africa. It's midnight to almost morning. So I guess
almost 300 people here.
Oh my God, we need to use this opportunity to really nail down what we are about here. Let's talk about what we are about, Ezra, please.
Yeah,
exactly. Ezra, jump in.
Just for me today, I just had a message of hope for the African people and the people of Ethiopia. That there is hope and they should not despair. And in this time where whatever all the situation that they are going through, they should know that they are not alone. There's many people out there praying for them. Others might not have big platforms, might not be big media houses, but there's lots of Africans who are standing behind them in the continent and outside the continent. And they should not despair. There is hope, and they'll all this time shall pass, as the word of God says. There's time for everything. In this season that they are going through, there might be a season of a lot of confusion, a lot of distress, a lot of tension, but this too shall pass, shall come to they'll go over this. They are way stronger than this situation, and they'll come out stronger than how they feel now. And we are still praying for them. They should not lose hope. And OneAfrica Forum is for Africans, and it's supporting them. And we love them, and they should not think, where are our brothers? Where is God, or where's our brothers? We are behind them. We are feeling their pain. And many Africans who don't have voices, but they in their corners they are talking. They might not be on big media houses, as I said earlier, but they are talking. A lot of Africans are made aware of this, but it's just a matter of the platforms that are out there to reach them as well, wherever they are on the ground, might be limited, and they may feel that no one cares about them, or no one is thinking of them. But a lot of people care about them. Others don't have resources. Others wish they can send stuff. Others, they don't even know where to start. And this on
I
this
even saw
platform,
one say. I even saw one person say, "Oh, invite us, and I will fight the war for you," on Twitter. Like, these are Africans saying Ethiopia should invite Africans to come and fight. I mean, anyway, just to add, sorry for the interruption.
Very true, very true on what you touched on. Those who at least who have the media, the platforms, the Twitter accounts, the YouTube accounts, like now where we are the voice as well out there, that they should, the guys that are connected, they should share as well. As you are sharing this, these links, as you are connecting, just know that we are there. We are one of those voices that are with you, and we are praying with you, and we are on your corner, and we love you. That's the biggest message that they should take out of this. I'll keep it short because we still have a lot of people that are here. So I'll just keep it at that for now. I don't know if
can I extend a little bit? Can I extend a little bit of Ezra from one Ezra to the next Ezra? Okay.
Yes, Professor Ezra.
Thank you. Just to extend it a little bit for you. Sometimes if you just use just the sight of your eyes, not the sight of your mind, not the sight of your heart, not the sight of your spirit, but the sight of just your eyes. What do you see? What do you hear? The real things, the thing that it makes you think the whole world is that. For example, let me give you an example. The cloud is covering where I am right now. And if I just see the cloud, and somebody asks me, what does the sky look like? And I would describe what the cloud looks like. But I know I have another eye that's behind these eyes. I have another ear behind this ear. I have another heart behind the physical one, the one that's the intangible one. That gives me wisdom. It tells me this cloud is there, but that's not the sky. So sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you are dealing with things that you don't understand, you don't appreciate. Understand that it's just a noise, it's just a cloud that's just covering your view. And just wait for it to move. But while keeping the faith inside. Have faith inside. Have belief inside. And we are here to give you the opportunity to see that. To see what is invisible. What appears invisible is not invisible. It is actually visible. It's just a matter of your mind and your heart and your spirit accepting a reality and a universe that is much bigger than what you see. Let me give you the scientific terminology of it. The scientific terminology of it, if you're not a religious person, the scientific terminology of it, everything that you see in the universe is only 5% of that's there. 95% of it is invisible.
Wow.
I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about what God has created. I'm not talking about God here. I'm not talking about the infinite being here. The Alpha, Omega in Christian terms. And I'm sure in other religions also, the terminologies to describe this. I'm telling you what is visible, what is already created. 95% of it you don't see. Between me and Mika in Tanzania, there's more invisible stuff than visible stuff. Even though we talk about oceans that are far, there's more invisible stuff. There's more molecules of oxygen between me and Mika. So, I know, I'm diverting. I'm just trying to get you to see, to go past the noise and see where the sky is. And the sky is your vision, your real vision. Whether it's covered by cloud or not, that's where your vision is. That's what you pray to. And then listen to that and follow that vision. The vision for Africa is unite. The vision for Africa is peace. The vision for Africa is love. It's not how do I go and then subjugate Eritreans or Igbos or Yorubas or Senegalese or Hausas or whoever it is. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how do we create a platform that's open for all of you. That is the vision we're going after. And Ethiopia happened to be, and if we are talking about Bamarinya, in America we say self, or people standing up in the line. It's the same line. Every African country, every African person is lined up, but Ethiopia happens to be somewhere in the front line. And then the others are going to follow you. So you Ethiopians out there, Forget about the noise. Ignore the noise. I don't mean ignore the reality. Ignore the noise. The reality is important. The reality is, the serious attack on you. They're organized and prepared. But I'm not talking about ignoring that. I'm talking about ignoring the noise that comes from that reality. So just only isolate the reality and focus on reality. Don't follow the noise that comes from that reality. So, and then I think that's the one way of helping you cope with it. And then not just only, like, I won't say just don't lose hope, gain hope.
Yeah.
Go after hope. Don't only run away from what you don't want, run after the thing that you want. Don't only be worried about what you're afraid of, be worried about what you're aspiring. Your aspiration is as important as what you are afraid of getting. So be afraid of achieving, accomplishing your aspirations. Don't be afraid to go for it. And then the result and the fruit of it is here for all of you to see. You see it here. This forum is the fruit of somebody like Mika going past his fear. He was so afraid, I can guarantee you, I can speak for him. He was so afraid to leave Korea and pursue this path because there was no guarantee this path that he's chosen is going to work. He's the first one to tell you his fear, but he followed his aspirations. And then he operationalized the aspirations. And then slowly but surely he's getting there. He's getting there. And that's it. Right here, right where you are in that forum, is where you see results happening. The result of what I'm telling you is happening. What everybody's telling you is happening. We are creating unity before the boundaries fall apart.
Exactly.
We are creating boundaryless unity. Imagine there's no boundary between South Africa and me now. No boundary. I have access to South Africa in ways I've never had before because I have my fellow, in America we call it mokshe. And those Ethiopians who know what I'm talking about. When I say mokshe, I mean somebody who has the same name as you. And so he's my mokshe there. Right there, my mokshe in South Africa, he's giving me access to him, to his life, to his world, to his view, to his passion, to the things that he cares about. So have solace in all of these things.
Yeah.
Sometimes I say the same thing in multiple ways to reach multiple people as possible.
And my point for those who are joining right now today, appreciate boys for sharing amazing points. And we have Divine John as well here in the building. He's back.
Good evening,
Divine John
bro.
is from Nigeria, so we have Nigeria, we have South Africa, Ethiopia in the house.
Ethiopia.
Good evening, bro. How you guys doing? Good evening, bro.
It's good.
Evening,
this is how we
friend.
unite Africa.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's amazing to have you all back. Good evening, bro.
Yeah, it's good evening. Good evening. It's good to see you. I want us to respond to one comment here, and I'll go ahead first. Somebody commented this, that uniting Africa is practically impossible. Why don't we focus on something that's more achievable in the near future? Perhaps regime change, free trade, and freedom of speech, etc. And then he added one point that one Africa country can't even have peace with all its tribe. Please, let's not waste time on this nonsense of African unity. I just had to put there because
my answer is very, very short.
Okay. All right. Wait, guys.
Let's take Mika first.
Before you jump in, okay, we're gonna give each other time. All right, Biggie, you can go first. You can use a couple, maybe a minute or less than a minute, so that everybody can reply to that.
Absolutely. Yes. In order to make change, you have to start somewhere. There's a beginning. We might be, there are a lot of them that tried to get Africa unite. But again, it started with the OAU, now it's African Union, and it's changing. And it's changing by the lips. It doesn't mean we cannot be united. It's just the beginning. I'm not looking for me I'll be lucky to see African United and win another USA, okay, United States of Africa, okay. But maybe my grandchildren will have the opportunity to see that. But we got to start somewhere. Do not lose hope.
Yeah.
For me, that's losing hope. We battled so many things from colonialism all the way now to internet having in our houses. Okay, I know we need a lot more, but it's just a beginning. It's just a start. AU just got formed, and
Yeah.
African Union, it was not a dream during the colonial time. So my brother that's put that, and let's not waste time, is well at the beginning. I'm not. It's not a waste time for me. If I start something and I'm gonna go to see where my thoughts and my emotions are lined up, believe me, I will move the mountain.
Yes.
It's just our strength.
Okay. All right.
Yes. That's true.
All right, Divine John, you got 1 minute.
Okay. One thing I have to say is this: when you plant a tree, you don't harvest it that day. You don't bear the fruit that day. It will take a lot of time.
Yes.
It will take a lot of time. Like when you plant a mango seed now, you won't harvest it that day. You will get your harvest that day. It will take like years or months or you understand what I say, but that's what I want to say. For us to unite Africa, it cannot happen within the twinkling of an eye. It must take some time because Africa is bound with different religions. When I mean different diversified religions, for us to unite, it cannot happen within the twinkling of an eye. It needs some time. It needs some understanding between one another. So that guy who's saying that it's impossible for Africa to unite, I think it's having some. But let's say it's not really understanding the meaning of Africa. For us to unite, yes. One thing I believe Africa can unite, just it needs sometimes, step by step. Start from the grassroots. Not about going around. Then start from that little one that you have at home. Give that person the sense of believing that yes, we can unite. If you can start from the grassroots, by His grace, little by little, Africa can unite. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, appreciate. Let's go to Adis. I'll come up to you later. Let's go to say my man Adis. You got 1 minute. What's your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Like I'll go with Frame, and I'm so thankful. So he shared like very impressive experience, and it was very important for us. So I want to appreciate him. So we can't do it because we have to know one thing. Even like if Miki didn't start this platform, we will not meet. You know this one. Have to know because it is the first. It's he said already. He expressed well, so we can. We have to start. It will be for the future. So like just write that comment. I will not agree. It's good. I understand that, but we can do it. You have to make some effort, so it would be nice for the future. So I want to say, like, I may not stay so much. So it's midnight. I want to point one thing, and that's nuts. I don't know we are here or not, but if we continue like we are many, so if we continue the before agenda, that would be better. I mean, at this, and I'm glad to welcome you, and I will do everything what I can. So it's better. So Nazanet, if you are here, come and express much. So and you can take
no worries.
or another person. So it's better.
No worries.
And I appreciate. I can't say like I see him like Mr. Ephraim like only today. So please Cam always saying that as you can try your best, you can do more. I think within this short time, I see much things, so you can do better. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Ezra?
Which one?
Your Excellency.
Okay.
From I think all the points taken, it's a lot of wisdom that other speakers already said about trees, all the illustrations. I think for that person, like as others said, everything that you want to build, it doesn't just you can't just plant something today and tomorrow it's just running and stuff.
Please,
It's just
I'll
like any
mute
system.
others. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying.
I'll just mute others. Yeah, for you to speak.
Oh,
please continue.
okay. Yes. Like any system that you create, there'll always be modifications as you go along. There's never a system that's just perfect working and then you stop there. You forever changing things, modifying things, editing stuff, removing things. So even Africa is going through that. It's trying to find itself. And one of there are things that can make us unite now. The common things, I think Prof. Kuru said it earlier about common things that should unite people, like the basic needs. And Prof. Ezra also mentioned something about the Maslow, the hierarchy, about the human needs stuff, Like there's those basic things that everyone aspires to have. Things like food, things like electricity, things like roads, all the basic necessities should unite us as Africans, because those are the basic things that every nation lacks or they are behind in terms of those infrastructural stuff. That's where we can start as well. So there's so many things that as we're trying to build a system, we're trying to find each other. So things like that will always have where others are losing hope because this car is not done yet. We're still trying to build this car called Africa, and it still has a lot of things. We're still looking for parts to fix this. We're still looking for this. So once we have everything figured out, we will go there. But I think at the moment, the common things are the basic needs that we are lacking behind in terms of the continent. We have the stuff, but we don't have proper system to manage them in such a way that we can get most out of them. Just yeah. So I'll just leave it there since my minute is past.
That's beautiful. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
I have so many things to download here to answer this question. I can answer this in a million ways. And all these million answers will come to the same conclusion that there's no other way but unity. But I'm going to focus on just on the key critical struggle that the other person is struggling with, which is mind. Our mind. You win first in your mind and you lose first in your mind. It's your mindset. Let me give you an idea how mindset is powerful. Sometimes that mindset takes so many sacrifices to get to, but sometimes you don't need to sacrifice. Let me give you an example. 70 years, I was talking about it at the earlier of this show. 70 years ago, anybody in Europe who would tell you the European Union would be a united European states, or not necessarily government, but a European unity would have been achieved at the level is achieved right now. 70 years ago, you talk to Europeans, they were like, are you kidding me? You are impractical. It's impossible. We are killing each other in millions. Africans are not killing each other in millions the way Europeans. They devoured each other. They butchered each other. Europeans against Europeans, butchering each other in millions. Go and Google it. Google will tell you about 70 million people died from that Second World War. From the moment that Second World War happened, they said, you know what? This idea of going it alone that we've done over the past many, many centuries is not going to work. The only way we can stop such kind of heinous things, the only way we can fulfill the aspiration of Europeans is by coming together and banding our resources together. And then in the 1960s, in the 1950s, they worked on it. 50s, 60s, And in the 70s, it began. And that work is not finished. And we know recently Brexit happened. And they're still struggling with the tension of, oh, is Poland going to leave us anytime soon? Or is Ukraine going to join the EU? Or Russia, when is it going to join? Is Turkey going to join or not going to join? They're still going through the unity issue. They are not solved yet. But so somebody told you earlier that it's in chapters, it's in units. That means it's in process. So Biggie was telling you about, come from OEU to African Union. I go back all the way. We Africans found a way to end slavery. We Africans found a way to end colonizations. And we Africans are going to find a way to end neo-colonizations. And in the process, we're also building the necessary pieces. It's all in the mind. It's all in your mind. We don't have as much difficulty coming together as Europeans did, or as Americans did to come together. Americans struggled and they killed each other. 500,000 Americans died trying to come together as a united state of America. That's the Civil War. So, we Africans are not going to pay that much together because inherently Africans, we are united. Inherent. When I say inherent, that means it's in our nature, it's in our habit, in our culture, in our tradition. We take faith seriously. It could be Muslim or Christian or and anywhere in between. We take it seriously. That's a common African trait. We like music and arts. It's African behavior. We take care of our climate and our environment. We are more efficient using resources than any place in the world. These are behaviors that you find somewhere in Somali part of Ethiopia, or even in Namibia, in the desert of Namibia, or Botswana. So what I'm telling you, whoever that said, it's your mind, it's my mind, it's our mind that's the problem, not the process. Not the, so that's it. It's more than 1 minute, definitely more than 1 minute.
Yes. But I appreciate you guys for your insights. I want to jump in to answer this question as well. First of all, I want to answer because I think he has a point from his perspective. The first line he says, uniting Africa is practically impossible, which personally I don't agree with that statement. But I want to share a short video with you guys why unity, it seems to be impossible in Africa. I want to share this. Let's just listen to this video a little bit, and then I'll build my point. I think I shared this bit.
We want in Africa, as you said, where there is equality of gender, equality of opportunity, promise of a good, healthy life, promise of an educated society, promise of a leadership that thinks more about service than being served. We want all of that. Borders to be removed and so on. Why don't we have it? My answer is very clear. Because you have a selfish leadership.
Yes.
Extremely selfish. We often think of the problem of leadership as being the problem of the leaders alone. Fine. They must be defined, have integrity, have all those we want. But to succeed, they must be able to implant those attributes in the population. Their political parties must be organized in such a way that they reflect those values and embody those aspirations in their political interaction. If they don't, you have trouble. We are multi-ethnic societies. What basic values have we embodied in these societies? Equality? Or is it diversity? How do you convert diversity into strength rather than diversity as a cause for war and internecine fighting? Can it be done? It can be done. It's been done in centuries before, in Europe and elsewhere. Why can't it be done in Africa? But we don't have the will because we are selfish. We are concerned of the here and now in the seat I am in. That's wrong. We have, it's ironical that you have a continent with the best natural resources of any others as of today. But they are being exploited for the sustenance of those who enslaved us and continue exploiting us rather than being exploited for our own emancipation. Why? Because you have a leadership that does not recognize the degree of present day enslavement, economic enslavement. and the necessity for emancipation. It's ironical. We talk about development, but we don't stop in time to define what development in our kind of situation is. One of the greatest reasons of admiration for this country, for instance, is the fact that you have here a universal system of health and education delivery. Now that is development. Rwanda is more developed than any of these Western countries in this regard, where you have assured health and education delivery. So we really must rethink where we are, why we are what we can be, and how we can. I agree, women, youth, and all those things. But internally, the fault is in us, dear Brutus, not in our stars. Thank you.
I couldn't speak. Mute. You're mute, Mika.
Yes, guys. If you guys, you don't know him, but he used to be a president of Tanzania, RIP.
President.
Yeah. He died, RIP. But why I showed that video, because I wanted to show the point. Oh my goodness, the point what he was saying here, that uniting Africa is practically impossible, which I don't believe, but there are different elements to that, why we are still struggling with that. And we all know that the only answer for Africa is unity. That's one thing that we know. And the second part that he says, why don't we focus on something that's more achievable in the near future, perhaps regime change, free trade, and freedom speech, and etc. The thing is, all these things is going to be really hard to achieve if you don't have unity. How are you going to have free trade from one place to another place if you're not united with that country, if you don't have the common vision? This we were talking about before. African unity is not about being similar. It's not about abandoning our culture and our values that we have, but it's about having the common goal, the common vision. That this is the vision for the continent. This is where we want to see our continent in the 5 years to come, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And this is the direction we're going to go. We're still going to have our uniqueness because the beauty of Africa is diversity we have, like Ethiopia, like Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria. All this diversity we have in Africa is the uniqueness of our continent. But still, we can still manage to work together and to march towards, one Africa, and to have the best continent that knows pretty much what to do. I shared this line before with you guys, what also Mwalimu Nyerere he shared before. Let me share with you guys right here. Where is that? That I can't see. I just shared with you guys a while ago here, but yes, this one. That unity will not make us rich, but it can make it difficult for Africa and African people to be disregarded and humiliated. And that's what we see right now, what's going on with Ethiopia, right? You talk about, I believe he was exactly talking about, the situation, what is going on right now in Ethiopia, or so many countries in Africa, that you see countries are having, crisis within the nation. But unity is what can actually help us to stand tall in the situation that is happening right now. Because for a long time, for so many years, Africa has been disregarded with other nations outside, and simply because we cannot stand together. And when you cannot stand together and fight together and supporting one another, you look weak and you cannot achieve whatever that you want to achieve. You know what I'm saying? And all these problems and issues that we have in our countries, individually in our countries, are issues that can be, done, over the time. But unity, it's so very, very important, because our nation or our continent, it was actually built under, those kind of foundation. Remember all the founding fathers of Africa, Kwame Nkrumah, Nyerere, Haile Selassie, and so many other people, Nelson Mandela, and all this. We were able to get away from colonialism because of the support and because of the unity that they were searching for, they were finding back then, and we were able to stand against colonialists and actually being independent up to this point. But right now, it's our duty to take Africa into the next level by uniting our forces. We have everything that we need. Like Ethiopia, they have something that we need here in Tanzania. Tanzania have something that they need in South Africa. South Africa, there's something that Ghana, Nigeria need. And when we come together, man, that's the only way for us to actually, be on the next level. and change and
Can
deal
you
with
show the video, Mika? Can you show the video of if you can show the video of Lumumba, Professor Lumumba, and he talked about if we are not united, the opposite will happen, and then I think we'll be broken up into 100 pieces. And I can guarantee you, if Ethiopia breaks apart, every country is going to follow.
Yeah.
And whatever chaos is imposed on Ethiopia will be automatically coming to you. That's what is going to happen, because that will set the trend and the precedent. Every area where, I could be my own little enclave over there and a small enclave over there. I don't know if you can find that video of Lumumba where he actually was in Ethiopia addressing ministers, government officials in Ethiopia, the new government officials in Ethiopia, about the consequence of, in the next 25 years, if we don't do this, the opposite. So it's not just that we will sustain the status quo. What will happen is that we actually will lose the status quo. We will degenerate into an extreme amount of poverty and extreme amount of civil war. So right now, unity is needed to avert that as well.
Yeah. It's gonna be really hard to find exactly the timing. I have the video here, but I don't know the timing.
But you can share that online, and people can go and listen to it. It's a very good video to watch complete. Yeah.
I'm sure with you guys. Yeah. So unity is necessary. It's very important for us as Africans. And by the way, when you go outside diaspora, I mean, Ezra, you're there, in the States right now. But when you go diaspora, people, they don't recognize, they don't see us as, Tanzanian or Ethiopians. They see us as African. That's what unites us outside. And when you go to diaspora, you see Africa, they're very united. They're very ones. Look at what is happening in French. I mean, couple days ago, I shared a video of that lady who was giving a speech in front of the president of France. Those are Africans from different countries, from Kenya, from Ethiopia, from all this country coming together and wanting to see some change for the continent, right? And this is happening in almost all the countries outside the Africa, right? And the same thing, it can happen here in Africa. We need to have a will, we need to have a determination. And of course, we have African Union, but hopefully, things will get better over the time. And it's not that it's not that old. It's, as you know, that it changed to African Union in 2000, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So we are in the process of marching towards, that, and one day we're gonna reach there. And that's why we have even push, because we're gonna talk about this, we're gonna put work onto it, and also we're gonna pray about it, so that our leaders will, God will give them wisdom, to make the best decision for their people, for the continent, for the good of our people, and not just for themselves. Yeah. Guys, I think we gave enough thoughts to that question. Let me see if there's any question here in the comment section. By the way, guys, appreciate for you guys joining. Yes, Big E.
This is Ephraim again.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we touched a lot of points. It's just by now Africa should be united. I mean, it's
solved it here.
I was just trying to think about everything that has been said, and this is the energy. This is the energy, and where it starts to unite Africa. It starts where you are, where you live in. All right. If you are an African, let's say, you live some part of the world, and the community you live in, they have no idea about Africa. Believe me, there'll be places they know it's a continent somewhere far, far away, and that's where you start. For US, we got 50 states. And every African that called himself African has to educate the local community who we are, our culture, diversified ethnic groups, and food, especially when it comes to food. Food is food. And the more you present it, You come into Washington, D.C., got so many Ethiopian restaurants, okay? And the Ethiopian restaurants are all over the United States, okay? But again,
and unexpected places too.
Unexpected places. Believe me.
Well, there's no even Ethiopian there. Yeah, some places there's no even Ethiopian restaurant. It's just
I have a Nigerian guy that opened an Ethiopian restaurant. He's very well known.
Wow.
Listen, and I mean, he just embraced the culture, embraced the food. I mean, he just brought it in places like in Miami. He was one of the first ones, that really opened up an Ethiopian restaurant, but with African heritage. He's got a studio where you can purchase arts from his restaurant. It's all African arts. Okay, these are the things that on the groundwork.
If you share stuff with the Mika, and then Mika would do reaction for him. Is it? If you have any videos and stuff, okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. And the whole African Unite, our union, start where you live in. Introduce Africa. How peaceful and loving people we are. We are caring people. We are very sensitive people. Don't show the ugliness of wars that we have here and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Show them who you are, where you come from. And when you start making the world hear the word Africa, now you got all these small communities that comes along. They see you on the news. They see you on YouTube. They're going to say, whoa, I know this guy. He's from Africa. He was telling me about all this. So we are the one that is responsible enough to unite Africa. Even if you start a little something, we have high school shows in here in the Virginia, D.C. area, where we show our food, our customs, our music, and all that. All cultural things will bring people together. Okay, that's the number one. You work on your community. When I say community, that includes the Congress, including the senators, everybody that you have in your community. It can be a parliament representative, whatever it takes. I will give you a note that Africa came 500 years forward because of internet. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Because look at us now. We're talking all across the world.
Exactly.
So that gave us the hinge. So now our 500 years advanced knowledge and plus the old knowledge that we have, we should be accelerating faster than what we are now.
Exactly.
But again, in 1999, from OAU, it became AU. And it's so funny, for the first thing that I told you guys about my vision, okay? And I want to see that green Africa. Guess what? It got formed September 9th. Okay? It's a 9-9. 1999. My birthday is 9-9.
Oh,
come on, man.
I'm not joking.
Oh my God.
I was just looking at it.
I'm understanding that vision you shared earlier. Now I'm understanding it.
And guess what? It's 7 years later.
Yeah.
From 1992.
Yeah, 7 is a big number. 7 is an important number.
And I'll tell you one thing about me. I'm not going to tell you the years, okay? But if you add all my birthday and the year, it's 9.
You know, number 9 symbolizes the divine completeness. Yeah. It symbolizes the finality. Number 9.
Number 9 or 7?
I moved.
Finality.
Listen, I moved. You heard that. Everybody listen. Repeat it again.
Number 9 is symbolize the divine completeness, or convey the meaning of finality.
Wow.
And that's one thing that I'm contemplating to understand who I am. I know that. The 3 houses that are moved within the United States consecutively, we add the numbers, they're 9, including the house that I live in right now.
Nana is following
Yeah.
you.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things when it comes to certain, like you said, the creation, 95% is hidden, is very true because it says it right there. When it got created, we got the one that we can see, tangible, and you hear, feel, or whatever. But there are the invisible one that are already created along with us, and they live among us. So it doesn't mean that you're the only one because you're human and walking, but hey, the smallest insect, it makes a lot of difference too.
Yes.
They are invisible. Okay. So we understand. But moving on our topic, so I don't want to derail this topic, which is very important to understand for Africans, is that really I gave you my vision. And at the same time, what happened, I just realized it today, right now, as I speak to you guys, and I was trying to find out the African Union emblem and the image. And I was reading through it. I said, oh my God, it's 9-9. I have no idea.
And it's a green
so
one.
So I just found out. So it's a green one. It's a green one. So
and we have
what I'm saying is we are on the right path. We are on the right path. There are a lot of signs. There are a lot of feelings. And you can talk to a lot of African brothers. And believe me, the next step, we need to have our infrastructures together. We all have roads, but the African roads, it depend on the season. You might not have a road when it comes to rainy season. You know what I'm talking about? So if we put a solid infrastructures, a solid interstates that goes from one end to another with no problem, where you can trade, where you're gonna get like here, Virginia, Maryland, DC, they are tri-states, right? Even though DC is not, right? It's not a state yet, but we have that kind of agreement that we can roam around. So guess what? The next neighbor is going to be part of another tri-state. They make the same. It's already there. We already are trading across Africa. It's just to put those dots together where everything's supposed to be normal. Like I can drive from Washington D.C. to L.A. I have no problem. Nobody's gonna stop me for anything. You understand? Unless if you put anything illegal, eventually it's gonna catch up to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it will come back. Because again, like I said, to keep this conversation, you have to be one in yourself, and you're achieving the best for humanity. So if we got that kind of example, why not replicating it? Let's put the highways around across Africa interconnecting with no problem, and it start like small.
Biggie, we actually have the highways that you're talking about. We just haven't started using them because of the laws, the regulations, and that. We already have highways now.
We do.
Because of the African Union.
Like for example, Egypt is trying. Yeah, Egypt is trying to build the superhighway, which they started building it anyway. They start again. Note that from Alexandria. We start from Alexandria, and it comes through Cairo. It comes the conflict between that dispute about the dam. So it's supposed to be going through Khartoum, but now Egypt decided no. We're going to go Khartoum, and then we're going to go Addis Ababa, and then we're going to go south, Tanzania, and everything else. It goes all the way to South Africa. So that was a good change. You understand? Even though we got this conflict that's going, oh, the dam is going to take water. No, that's a different topic. Okay. But again, Egypt understood that there's other ways to supply the Nile, which is a great thing, that the collaboration in the Ethiopian government and the Egyptian government, understanding there is other ways to supply tributary rivers to the Nile, to that 15% missing waterfall. So that is agreed. So suddenly it changed from Khartoum. Now it goes through Addis Ababa. So if that highway happens right there, can you imagine how many countries that are going to go along with that? It's power. Then from there, South Africa got different tributary highways that are already built in to different part of their neighboring countries, which they trade also. But somebody has to study that because I cannot do all. Everybody else has to do their diligent homeworks. And what we can do and to have this conversation in peaceful way. We know we got wars here and there. We got people that are not, supposed to be on the road, but they gotta be. They're part of the people that we live in, and it's to convey the message that we are only part of love and peace for Africa. So that's my point that I'm trying to do. Let's work like this guy that commented, it's impossible to have African unite. Let's take that challenge. Let's show our brother, to make him part of this venture and show him a positive information that's coming in every day. You can start from, Mika, you got a lot of the connection also, and start with any part of the country and how we interact and see the reaction. I know it's going to take a lot of thoughts, a lot of logics. It's putting too much on one man to do all this research. But I think if we all share and start feeding him, he can collaborate it and make sure that that information is out for all Africans.
All right.
That's all.
Okay.
Mika, I have to go in about 5 minutes. Can I just say one last word?
Please. I was gonna come to you guys.
Yeah, but so let me just wrap up. I just want to extend from our friend from Nigeria, and by adding to that, there's this Chinese saying that if you want to give shade to your child, plant a tree. Because a tree, sometimes some trees take 10 years to provide shade. So 10, 15, 20 years, for them, some even take hundreds of years. So that's what it is. Sometimes you have to start from somewhere. And, it's given aptly, there's so many things that are already happening that in Africa that are directing to the point of unity. They are happening on the ground. We don't hear about them, but they're happening on the ground under the African Union agreements. That yes, we want it to happen faster and quicker. That's our urge. But what it is that sometimes if you want to achieve a large idea, a big idea, first you have to believe in your mind it's possible. It is possible to achieve. And next, what you need to do is begin to actually take steps toward it. Nothing happens overnight, but you take steps toward it. And every step means sometimes it's this conversation that we're having right now. Sometimes sending Mika to Ethiopia and Nigeria and all part of Africa, and bringing the message of African unity to a lot of people, to a lot of audience, and talking to people who are doing the job, and giving you the opportunity to see what's happening on the ground, and really have an ability to connect with the things that's happening. So we want you to be encouraged. We want you to feel like this is something that's within your means, and if you all chip into this, sometimes it's just come and talk and express your ideas. Because sometimes I get ideas from listening to you, and other people get probably some ideas, maybe hopefully from me and others people. So don't feel burdened, okay? So don't feel burdened by the daunting nature of the task, because you're looking at the hugeness of the task. But the actual work of doing it to start with the small things here, there, over there. And then we have 1.3 billion people in Africa. And every one of them picks up one element of the unity target and then actually work with it and carry it along with their life. We will be much closer to it, much quicker than you actually think is possible. So, but first, get your mind and your heart overcome your own fear and your own nervousness about what's going on and what's happening. Okay? Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. I wish I could be here forever, but I'll be listening to you on the YouTube side.
I appreciate Professor Ezra. Well, we'll be coming back again, and we're gonna be ending this very soon. Anyways, thank you for your insight and for your time today. God bless.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you, Ezra. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
We'll follow through this.
All right. I wanna give a chance to my brother from Nigeria as well, Divine John. Divine John. This is kind of like the final thoughts. If you can share as well for a minute. Can you hear me, brother?
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm having a lot of network issues over here, but when yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Probably I didn't follow you up throughout this show, but us too, we all pray for peace. We all pray for peace in anything we do. Want to know that the problem that's happening in Ethiopia is just for a short period of time. By His grace, to always end in peace. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I want to thank you for for creating out this great opportunity for all Africans to share their views. You're such a great hero. Thank you, dear. God bless you. Okay. Mark, what is that your name, sir? What's that your name? I'm forgetting your name. Mark Hayek, or what's that your name? Let me remember that your name.
Who?
Your name,
I'm having a hard time to hear you. Your voice is a little bit low.
I have a lot of network issues here, but I hope you can hear me.
I can barely hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Can you keep talking? Hello?
Say what? I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Did you finish what you were saying?
Yes, I said I love this platform that you created for all Africans to share their views. I say, may God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Amen.
Thank you.
God bless you too, man. Thank you for being part of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Big E.
Yes, sir. Still here, listening to.
Yeah. Any final say? Because we're gonna be closing soon.
Okay. First of all, I really want to thank you for all your effort, for all the love and peace. I can see it. I can feel it. It's energy that's infinite, and that energy goes through all the people that commenting. If it was not a real thing, it wouldn't happen. But this is real. This is something that we face, and this is something that I pray for the world, not just only the continent, because our continent won't be recognized without the other world. Because we cannot just be us. It's going to be including all the rest of the other continents that are around us, that we resonate together. We all see suffering people from homelessness, from not getting things, understanding what's going on, the mental breakdowns. We got a lot of people that are suffering in this world, and we just praise to the Lord that He can really forgive us for all our doing and sins, and we talking about CO2, whatever that may be, we're destroying ourselves within the thing that we are in. But we just pray that we can have a clear understanding that we all one. We are all interconnected to this beautiful world that our Father created for us. He created us this beautiful thing so we can enjoy it. He never looked into our famines and all that. Even the birds get fed. Okay, it's just we have the brain. It's just we're shooting ourselves in our foot and not getting to understanding what's my next neighbor eating. Is he fed, or is got the pride not to say anything? At the end, you see him that he can no longer live in there, got evicted. Things like that. So what you created, this platform, it goes way beyond our being Africans. And as Africans, yes, we are proud being Africans, but at the same time, we're also looking to the other continent to have a peace in the world also. And that a bottom line is you created something beautiful. You went through all the rest different part of the world, and that's the reflection. And right now we're focusing on African Unite, and that is going to be pushed when everybody is working within his own community. You start introducing Africa within your own community. First, say you're African, then you are Ethiopian, then you are Tanzanian. First, Africa. When that resonates, everybody understand, oh, he's African. Oh, by the way, he said he's from Tanzania. He's from Ethiopia. You understand? We have to teach the world who we are. We are a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful multicultural people. And we, not only for us, we can do for the rest of the world. We are really a continent that's been blessed with everything. It's just how we use it. Don't misuse it, but use it right. And that's all I got to say. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Mika.
Appreciate it, brother. God bless. God bless. It's amazing.
God bless you all. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you too.
So my man Adis, again, I think you already say, right? Yeah. And let me give a chance to Your Excellence Ezra, your final words, and then I'll let you guys go. But then feel free to leave, guys, after you're done. Yeah.
Your Excellency, final words is, let's all build our continent. Let's build our communities. It all starts in our homes. Unity starts in our homes, in how we take care of our homes and our families, and then we spread it out to others out there. And Africa will unite. Let's focus on the common things as we are still starting, as we are still building this system that will work for Africans, created by Africans, not somebody, not the copy and paste model of how Africa should be developed or united. So I believe that as Africans, we need to build our systems that are suitable for African conditions and different African environments. And that's that in short from my side. Common challenges should make us unite to develop when we're speaking about development. And we should look at all the common things that affect all of us. If it's war, if it's famine, if it's drought, if it affects my brother, it affects me too, because my brother's kids will come to me begging if they're not doing well. So part of why we want to unite is to help each other, so that what you know you can share with me, what I know I can share with you. Part of unity is about sharing. It's not all about just being the same or thinking alike, but it's the different skills that we bring to the table that we can share. Because currently we don't share a lot of skills in Africa. We don't share a lot of know-how in Africa. Hence, some people still believe in going to America or other places to acquire knowledge. But while some of the knowledge is here in the continent. So that's just that in closing, keeping it short. And one last thing is the GoFundMe project. Guys, please, let's fund. Our brother needs to go to Ethiopia. He'll be in Ethiopia. It's a working visit. So it's more like a state visit, a working visit. So it was arranged by our sister Netzanet for our brother Mika to be on the ground to go and visit the other family in Ethiopia. And feel free, guys, to whatever you can. It's not a must, as my sister has already mentioned earlier. Feel free to whatever you can contribute. And it's not always finances only. If it's a camera, if it's any resources, because with such media platforms, resources are also part of the work that he does. Any kind of resource, feel free to also contribute if needs be. And if there's any other things that you feel that maybe queries or things that you want to share with Mika or the Swahili Nation channel. The email is on the. I just posted the email now. Feel free to do that. If there's other extra things that you feel that you'd love to add on the Swahili Nation or on the Africa OneAfrica forum, feel free to send him an email or to the Swahili Nation World at gmail.com. And yeah, any resource, any valuable contribution, feel free. And but currently we are pushing for the GoFundMe for his travels to Ethiopia. Yeah, feel free to go and contribute. I've also started today. I'll be contributing as more time and is available, and find more. I'll be putting more finances as well. I know Professor Ezra has already contributed. My sister Netsanet has also contributed. We are also contributors. We are not just here as well, just to just talk, and yeah, we are also part of this because we believe in this vision of a OneAfrica forum. So that's it from my side. Mika, thanks for the opportunity. Thank you for the platform. God be with you. God strengthen you, and God open more doors, bigger doors than this. The vision is big, and yeah, I pray for the strength of the Lord to go with you, and the strength of the Lord to be imparted in you, and the wisdom of God to grow in you in all that you do. And I know this work, it might look easy for some people, but it is a lot of work that needs strength, that needs all the wisdom, all the motivation. And I pray that the Lord may strengthen you in that area, and may you never get tired. Rest, but yeah, just the creativity just keep on flowing, you know.
Amen. Amen to that. I need that.
Yeah.
I need that so much. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me in short. And God bless Africa. God bless everyone. OneAfrica.
OneAfrica. Thank you so much, Your Excellence. I love you, and thank you so much for being there. And Biggie is there. Thank you so much, Biggie, as well. Yeah. God bless
You're
you.
very welcome. I got one thing to say. Okay.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm gonna throw this. It's just a beginning. I'm not gonna call it a conclusion.
Yes.
Think something, even including the audience that is listening. Think, why is it Ethiopia is independent for 3,000 years? Just think about it. It's something that I leave you in your thought, and you're gonna travel there, and I also wish you for you to find that truth. I know the truth, but I just leave the audience to start thinking why that little piece of land has been independent for 3,000 years, while the whole Africa was named under her name, and they squished it. So remember that there's something there. As I'm finding out through my vision, I told you it's Egypt, Alexandria, but at the same time, I'm from that little holy land, little something that tells me when they have all this evil time and being protected. Think about it. You know, it's not just because I am from that part of the world, but really, when you really think about it, and the AU, OAU, all the international things that's happening are there. And Ethiopia cannot afford losing battle with the evil.
Yes.
Because the evil want to take it over and take it down. After 3,000 years, that's impossible. Because years will go by, she will be the shining star. She will be bringing everything together. And that thing, I leave it to all of you to think about that, learn her history, how far she came in, and what she is about. Right now, she's on tipping point on once she comes back up and rise up, there'll be a lot of people that are going to be envying to be part of this movement. And I'm proud of this movement. Thanks to you, Mika.
Amen,
it's on your shoulder. You had your vision. You created this. So let's see what we can do.
Yes. Amen. Amen.
Let's see how we can go forward on this. I really appreciate it. God bless you. Xavier bless you. Okay. Xavier bless you.
Amen. Before you leave, check out the private chat. I send you a message there. Because after you leave, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mika, from my side, Big E. It's Shalom from my side. Let's talk tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you there.
Yes.
Brother, good night. All right.
Have a good night. Thank you so much. I'm sending you that information right now.
Right. Appreciate.
You got it.
All right.
I'm on WhatsApp too, so
okay,
that will work.
Right. I'll check you out.
All right.
All right, brother.
I'll put the area code without the area code.
Oh yeah, it's number 1, right?
Yeah, number 1.
Okay.
Look at which part of the world I end up in number 1.
I got it.
All right.
Appreciate it, brother. Guys, for you all who have stayed here until the end, appreciate you all so much. God is good. We're still pushing for Africa, pushing until something happens. And a lot of you guys have joined here today. So I appreciate you guys. Biggie, you're back again? Yes, brother.
Yes. For some reason, when I texted you and I went back, it just dropped me. No, I just want to have a proper goodbye. Thank you so much.
No worries.
I appreciate that,
brother. I love you, and God bless you.
Love you
and
too.
I'll see you tomorrow if possible. Yeah.
Tomorrow same time.
I'm talking with the team to maybe to push forward a little bit instead of 8:30, because it seems like a lot of people are available around this time. So we'll see. It might be 8:30 or it might be 9 or 9:30 East African time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll follow. Just text me.
I'll hit you up.
Just hit me up. There you go.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, guys. Appreciate you all guys for staying here until the end. God bless. We're still moving forward. And yeah, non-stop. As I'm leaving right now, some people, they join very late, so I'll leave you guys with the video, but I'm done for today. I need to go in to get some rest. But I love you guys so much and all that, and I appreciate all the supports, all the donations and all the super chats, and all those who are joining members, are becoming a member of this family. I appreciate that. Means a lot, and it's helping us in the big cause that we are doing right now. So I really appreciate for everyone. I appreciate for the panel that came here today. You guys are amazing. Your voice matters. So please tell other people as well that tomorrow we're going to be coming back here for another panel as well. Love you guys, and have a good night, everybody. Share this video, and I will be out of here. My fellow Africans. My fellow Africans, it is the time to tell our own stories, our truth, the side of the story. No one else can tell Africa's stories but Africans. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change Africa but Africans. This is our home. This is our Eden. This is our pride. And this is our heritage, Africa Mother. Today, I officially and publicly announce Swahili Nation as an African media. Swahili Nation sets an agenda by Africans, about Africans, for the Africans. This is your family, this is your home, and this is your media, African media. For a long time, our stories, our crises, and things that we are going through have been told by other medias from other continents, like Western media, Eastern media, and people that pay attention to it, but it's not always truth. They have their own mission. They have their own goals to achieve. And remember, mind you, this is American media, or this is British media. It's not African. So yes, they can tell our stories, but they're not going to tell our story like the way we do. Because this is our passion. This is who we are. We are Africans. And we're going to talk about Africa. And we're going to share our story about Africa. And we're going to build Africa with our own hands. We're going to build Africa with our media. We're going to build Africa with our own money, with our own creativity, and with our own ability. No one else is going to be there to save Africa, but Africans ourselves. Therefore, we must believe in ourselves. We must stand up confidently and know that we are not lesser than anybody else, nor better than anyone else. We are all created uniquely. We have ability given by God to do things in a different level, but the color of your skin, your language, your religion, your tribe should not be the reason for you to feel lesser than anyone else. Should not be the reason for you to feel like you don't matter. You matter, and your voice matter. And it's the time for African media like Swahili Nation to raise our voices. It doesn't matter whether you're professional. It doesn't matter whether you've never been on television before, you've never been on media before, but this is the place where you're going to have opportunity to come to share your idea, to come to raise your voice about things that matters a lot to you. My fellow Africans, it's a time for us to stop fighting with one another. It's a time for us to stop hating on one another. Mind that your brother and sister are not just those that were born from the same family with you, but also those who don't speak like you, worship like you, look like you, smell like you. They are also your brothers and sisters. If your neighbor is not at peace, you're never going to be at peace. My fellow Africans, I argue everybody out there, lay down your weapon. Lay down your weapon. Find peace with someone. Find love with someone. Let's be united, because we are never going to conquer. We are never going to have a future. We're never going to have a brighter tomorrow if we are not united. Africa is blessed with so many resources. And the 60% of Africa's population, the youth under 25 years. Man, that's the potential. And it's a time for Africa to wake up. The time is now to come together. The time is now to lay down our weapons and knowing that that's your brother and he's not your enemy. Yes, there's a lot of mistakes have been done in the past, but it's the time to look towards the future. It's the time to build a new Africa, a one Africa, Africa that is united, Africa that is determined, Africa that is confident, Africa that is so rich with everything. We have everything you could ever mention. It's here in Africa. Very smart people, kind people, beautiful culture. It's a time, man. It's a time. It's a time to join One Africa movement. It's a time to be one. It's a time to know that, you know what, we cannot conquer this war if we are not united. Nobody should ever beg for their lives. I've seen videos of people begging for their lives to another human being. This life that we have, it's a gift from God. and we cannot waste. No one has a right to take somebody else's life. Lay down your weapon and let's cherish our life. Let's remember that our differences, our diversity is our blessing. Let's not make it look like a curse. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's learn how to love one another. Let's learn how to want peace with one another. Let's be united. That is very important. That's the first thing to do. Because if we're not united, we're going to keep having civil wars, and our governments, our budgets, they will always focus on that, and they're not going to focus on the development of our continent. Guys, lastly, don't pay attention to what Western media say about Africa. Let's speak and let's spread a word and let's spread awareness about Africa. Let's tell our own stories. And that's why I'm asking you, my fellow Africans, to join Swahili Nation, African media, to tell you a story. Tell Africa's story. It's beautiful. And you know what? When we raise our voice together, the world will listen. We'll surely listen because we are united, because we love one another, because we want peace with one another. Because instead of going on a war and fight with your neighbor, we're going to lay down weapon and we're going to have conversation and we're going to have compromising and we're going to have all those sort of things. Because war, it can never be an option in our society. We should put to an end. We should stop fighting with one another. If God is on our side, no one can ever be against us. God is with Africa. Therefore, Africa shall prevail in unity. Africa shall prevail. And we're going to build this Africa with our own media. We're going to build this Africa with our own hands, not with blood, because we're not going to shed blood any longer. We can't afford to fight and to kill one another. Africa is a peaceful continent. What is happening in Ethiopia, it's beautiful seeing thousands and millions of people coming together, marching together, and wanting peace and wanting unity for their countries. And that is what is happening across Africa. So I want to remind you guys that we are on the right direction. The right direction of reconciliation, the right direction of peace, the right direction of unity. Let's do it now because we don't have time. I love Africa. I hope you do too. Don't forget to love one another. Spread peace wherever you are. And keep that bond of unity going on. The work has begun now. God bless Africa.